All right, happy Friday. I saw your Twitter. Did you set the alarm to see the blood moon?
I did.
Oh, wow.
I alerted my wife, are you good if I set a 2:30 alarm? Will you sleep through it? And do you care if you don't? Because I want to see the lunar eclipse for a minute. I have a special talent of being able to get right back to sleep, no matter what, in any situation, when it's in the middle of the night. So I wasn't worried about that part.
I'm pretty good at that. I did not set an alarm. I probably was up some point during it and didn't think to go outside. So your review on the blood moon.
Not nearly as cool as the solar eclipse,
right.
But that would be obvious, but very different than I would have thought. I would have thought the moon would have been big and red. And it wasn't. It was smaller for some reason, still very red, and it had that same... So the solar eclipse, there was that glow kind of around the moon, which was the sun.
Right, the corona.
Right, it was the corona. It almost felt like the moon had that, which it wouldn't have. So it must have been some optical illusion of some sort, obviously. But it was cool. If the solar eclipse is a 10, that was maybe a 7.5 or an 8.
Okay. The solar eclipse was pretty cool looking back. It was amazing.
It's my biggest regret of 2024.
You missed it because you were...
I missed it because I was trying too hard to not miss it.
That's right. You drove to Erie?
We drove to... We ended up making it to Fredonia.
Yeah.
Because I'm texting with Pat Hammer back and forth I can't miss this thing. Where do I go that gives me the best chance? And he just... go south. Get as south as you can by the time the eclipse happens. So I'm all right, we're jumping in the car and we're going as south as we can. And that ended up kind of screwing us over because it was still cloudy where we were. And then here there was a break in the cloud, so pretty much everybody saw it.
Yeah.
Except for me.
Yeah, we were in my neighbor's backyard and perfect. It was perfect. Not the entire time clear, but... Yeah, breaks in the clouds that you got, 100% saw it.
So maybe waking up at 2:30 in the morning is partially me making it up to myself. I missed that. Missed it, by the way. I missed seeing the actual, the moon over the sun. I still saw the effect of it got dark immediately, and, that was still cool. But
all right.
Last night was cool.
Well, good. Glad you enjoyed that.
Yeah.
I did not get out to see it. People will be outside today for sure. High in the 60s.
Yeah, let's go.
Get some. High in the 60s. 68.
Oh, that high?
Yeah.
Wow. Swimming? No one's got a pool open outside.
If your pool's
the
open,
lake is probably freezing.
68 today, 66 tomorrow, 68 Sunday.
Oh man, is this a get the grill ready to go? I don't think my grill is ready. I think I got to get propane and I'm not prepared for this.
I am smoking pork tomorrow.
Wow.
Yep. Be up early, 4 a.m.
Nice.
Putting a big pork shoulder right there on the smoker.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
nice.
it's smoking season. I cleaned up some backyard last night, some of the backyard. I got the smoker kind of ready, positioned. Mm-hmm. Tonight I'll get that thing ready. Yeah. So tomorrow I'll be outdoor. I have a TV on the back patio. It was the first day in months. Well, probably a football game would have been the last one. Yesterday, kind of cleaning the backyard, put the Players' Championship on the TV out there.
You leave that up over the winter?
Oh, yeah.
It's fine to stay out there?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, it's got a protective box around it. And
right, okay.
the TV stays out there the whole winter. It's like a $200 TV. I mean, it's,
Okay,
you can buy the cheapest smart TV is $200 and 70 inches if you want it. They don't exactly have a lot of fancy schmancy picture qualities.
4K, X-ray, whatever.
$300 will get you a television you can put outside.
Yeah.
And it works great. It's covered from snow and rain, and So I was out there watching the Players' Championship.
Will you put the Sabres and Golden Knights out on it at 12:30 tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I will. We'll be doing party prep for a 4-year-old, someone said 3-year-old, for 4-year-old birthday party.
Nice.
So,
what's this year's theme?
Things that fly.
Awesome. That is awesome.
Things that fly.
And you can get creative with that.
Yes, you could be
That's right, because when you mentioned that to me at first, I'm like, someone could show up in a Josh Allen jersey. Do they have to have a defender, though, below them? I mean, he's jumping over that. Who was the Cardinal he jumped over? We know he jumped over Anthony Barr.
Buda Baker.
Okay, so he's jumped over
L'Jarius Sneed,
Anthony
Barr,
Buda Baker, and there's another Chief. Justin Reed, maybe? He's done it to the Chiefs twice.
Yes.
I don't know who the other Chief is, though.
I don't either.
So there's another one. He tried to jump over 3 Jets on a 3rd and 18. I'll always remember that.
Yep, that's right.
But yeah. So you could do that, or you could do,
You could just be the football that Josh Allen throws through the air.
Yeah.
Things that fly, basically. Not on their own self,
Or you could just be like Superman.
You could be anything.
Yeah.
My daughter's probably going to be Elphaba from Wicked. I think that's her plan.
Nice.
That's how it goes. So anyway, hey, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. It's a beautiful weekend on the way. The other thing I was thinking on the walk-in was how right now the golf community, this is the closest it gets to pre-internet and pre-everything on our phones days. Because don't you feel like right now your life trying to figure out where you might be able to play is kind of word of mouth? So-and-so says that this place is open. Are you sure? I called and they didn't answer. What's going on their website? It's not up yet. But he told me they're open. Mm-hmm. I tried to book tee times at like 3 different places. Mm-hmm. I got an email. We're open. How's the tee time sheet look? It's not available. All right. Can we play? Where can we play? So it's like pre-90s or whatever, pre-2000s.
Yeah.
Trying to book a tee time.
That was me earlier in the week. Like I drove past a place that I saw the flags in the holes. They must be open. There was nobody out there.
Will they be mad if you walk out there and just start hitting a ball around? If they're not open, you're not allowed. That doesn't mean you can just play for free.
Is that trespassing then at that point if I just walk out on the grass and start hitting the ball?
Maybe. My buddy made a really good point to me. He is a golf course superintendent, and people will reach out to him at the course he works and say, "Are you open? Are you open?" And his answer early on in the season, they're a little bit south here. They got a lot of snow. His answer is no, we're not open. There's a lot of snow on the course, and people get mad. And he said to me, these people don't realize I want you on my course.
Yeah.
I do want you to play.
Yeah.
It's not available. I wish it was. I'm working to get it there. So anyway, some places are more open than others. I'm ready to play outside, though. Let me tell you that. I'm ready to hit a golf ball. I mean, I love playing at the simulator, play, all the time at a sim. Mm-hmm. But I'm ready to see a golf ball fly hundreds of yards in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I don't like, though, that I'm more patient, I think, because I just don't like when it's super soft.
Right.
I just hate it. It's one of my least favorite things when a course is so soft, and there's no getting around that right now. I mean, if you're playing any time in March, even if you find a course that's open and in decent shape, I mean, I have to assume that it's really soft. Like one where if you hit it you're shot a little bit fat, and it's just mud everywhere, change of clothes maybe even at that point.
Yeah.
But that's, that comes with the territory.
Plugs. You lose a ball.
Plugs.
Everyone agrees. You guys probably plugged, right? All right, just put one down right here.
Yes. Yeah.
I like how we have spring and fall and winter golf rules to basically kind of just say, yeah, it's fine. Just put it down right here.
What's winter golf
winter
rules?
Winter is, I mean, maybe it's actually referred to as winter rules, but...
Oh, okay.
It's just some snow over here. It's probably right here.
Fall is the giant pile of leaves in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, that's a leaf rule. Let's put it right here.
It's in there somewhere. Don't worry about it. Kick a ball over here on the right.
And this week it's all about a plug. It's plugged. Why don't you put one down? Golf.
What's the rule if it's in a snow pile? If you find a course and there are still little snow piles and you fall into one, do you have to hit it out of the snow pile?
That is a great question.
I think you do.
Yeah, I think you do.
You got to hit it out of the snow pile.
Is there an instructional video anywhere online on how to hit it out of snow?
Gotta be.
Like hitting it out of sand?
Yeah, hit behind the ball probably. That's got to exist somewhere in the internet world.
I think I can comfortably say I've never hit a golf ball out of snow. I don't think I've ever done that.
In any capacity? Not even like messing around in the backyard or nothing?
I don't think so. No.
I mean, I might agree with you. I don't think I've probably done that either. When would I have done that? I've never played early enough when it's like... This week might be one of those times where it snowed so much during the winter, and it was so cold so late, and then pretty quick turnaround to... weather's nice enough, maybe get out on the course to maybe there's a little bit left over somewhere. Yeah. That's probably not normal that you would find that. Like my neighbor's backyard still has a decent pile of snow just because that was where, all the driveway snow was being dumped.
Yep.
So it piled up high, and now that's left. but it's been 50 to 60 degrees for 5 days, and it's still there.
Yeah,
so
it's one of those times where you go to a parking lot and there's still going to be a mountain while it's 70 today.
Right.
Because it needs some time. Well, anyway, enjoy it out there. 68 degrees, get outside. How about a big free agent signing or a big trade? Let's get a new Mario Williams memory. Mario Williams, they signed him. It was 70 degrees in March.
Yep.
68 degrees in March. Somebody tell Brandon Bean, hey, listen, you really want to add to your legacy? You need to give these people a new Mario moment. Whatever it is. Reportedly, get into the mix to trade for insert name here. I don't know who it is.
So the Bills signed Mario Williams on March 15th of 2012. So tomorrow will be the 13-year anniversary of that, which means really today is the 13-year anniversary of the day that he was, seeing the deer, and Schefter was saying he was going to go to Chicago still, and everyone was, that was like early Twitter. Is he still in town?
Yep. John Clayton maybe said.
Watch the airport, see if he's left yet.
Is he back on a plane? Is he just trying to drive the price up?
Right.
That was that
Everyone
time.
was saying that was the whole deal while he was in town.
Yep. He doesn't want to go there. He just wants to drive the price up. And then they didn't let him leave.
And that was a free agent visit, a multiple-day free agent visit, which they're not completely done, right? Like Russell Wilson went to Cleveland this week, and I saw that Asante Samuel Jr. is in Arizona.
Yep.
But what is this different, or is that just Mario Williams? I'm remembering this, where now nobody really visits anymore, do they? The Bills signed all their. Did any single free agent visit with the Bills before they signed them?
I had that thought about how these guys might sign now, having never been to the facility. Joey Bosa. Has Joey Bosa ever been to the Bills facility? He would have been here once a couple years ago. The Chargers don't make a lot of trips up here. And he
Allen's rookie year is the trip he made here?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about that exact idea about visits and how it probably speaks to, maybe this is just everybody in the NFL now. There are no more teams that are way behind the times. I'm not so sure. I mean,
some of them, that survey.
That's right. The survey said
some of those teams didn't do that great.
The Bengals ownership is terrible. Who's got the terrible locker room?
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs have a terrible locker room.
Chiefs have a terrible locker room.
All right, well, that might not apply here. What I'm getting at is if you're a free agent and you don't know anything about an organization, but you'll sign anyway, the Chiefs, of course, would have that because of Mahomes. And the Bills would have that because of Allen and their success. If you're Joey Bosa, his press conference yesterday was interesting as he talks about how he doesn't have a lot of football left, and he knows, I got to make smart decisions because there aren't too many more days for me.
Yeah.
He picks the Bills, and I don't know if he's ever been here. You get a text from Josh, and Josh tells him, if we win, we'll be immortalized. And you probably think his Bosa sounds good.
Yeah.
What a difference from 13 years ago, where the idea of, I know that Joey Bosa is not Mario Williams, but it doesn't really much matter in this case. Mario Williams, my one thing I can remember about this was like a week before Mario and that whole thing happened, people called to ask about the idea, hey, could they sign Mario Williams? And the Bills are horrible at that time, right? Maybe not horrible, but the same old usual 7-9 kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And I remember saying, Joe, I think they got a better chance to win the Super Bowl than they do to sign Mario Williams. And then they signed Mario Williams.
And they haven't won the Super Bowl.
No, they have not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
It might just be also word of mouth with players, right, that have played here, and your reputation is now one where are you more likely to visit with a team where you kind of gotta there's more questions? Like, I haven't heard everything's been great. Let me go there. I like the contract. I like the roster, but I'm not so sure. Let me see what it's like. Whereas if you're the Bills and you've got don't all the players say they have the best weight room in the league? Doesn't that Cole Beasley said that once maybe
a while ago? They didn't exactly finish with the best in that department in that player poll, but it wasn't.
Other teams have caught up.
It wasn't bad,
right? So, but if you know someone that played on the team, which I'm sure he would know somebody, and you ask that person the weight room's great, and facilities are good, and McDermott's great, and they let you be you, right? And of course they're gonna win. All right, I'm good. If I don't hear anything that's overly negative, then all right, I don't need to go visit. I'll just sign. And I'll trust my buddy that played there, or in this guy that played there, and this coach that I talked to. I'll trust the people that I talked to, and I don't have to go all the way to Buffalo to figure it out.
Right.
I'll commit to signing first.
We heard from their free agents yesterday. We'll have some sound from those guys throughout the morning. Joey Bosa was here. Josh Palmer was here. And Sal joins us at 7:30 to kind of recap that. So we'll get to Sal and your phone calls along the way on a Friday where, we'll just see if there's any other juicy stuff we can get to in the NFL. The Bills added a new receiver late last night, Laviska Shenault. Laviska Shenault, who is a former second-round pick. There was, I think, a lot of very similar reaction to this signing. Not that it's bad, but this is absolutely the guy that people at training camp will say, "Oh, how about this Shenault guy? He got a lot of talent, second-round pick." It reminded me of last year when the Bills were really going through it, and we were, talking about the wide receiver core and all this. I remember somebody telling me last year that the Bills' wide receivers had a lot of pedigree because of guys like Chase Claypool and KJ Hamler and Andy Isabella. Look at all these second-round picks, and these guys have pedigree. I'm like, this is not a conversation I would agree with or whatever. So now you have another former second-round pick in Laviska Shenault. The thing that might make sense for him, obviously, is it's been pointed out, kick returns. He could definitely be on the team as a kick returner. He's done that. He had success doing that, and he does not catch the ball anymore in an offense. He's not done that in a couple of years. And
no, he's got 5 catches in his last 2 seasons.
Yeah. So kick return, all right. I'll listen to that.
The thing that's weird about that, though, is
you did trade for Brandon Codrington,
and wasn't he great?
He was good.
Wasn't he awesome beginning to end? Like he, I guess, was more of a punt returner, though, wasn't he? For the Bills last year, like his value came more in the punt return game. But I'm not going to roster a strictly punt returner and then a strictly kick returner, am I? So yeah, like it's a name that 4 years ago I would have been pumped up. Like, I loved him when he came out of Missouri, right? No, Colorado. Loved him when he came out of college. And it even kind of was okay at the beginning in Jacksonville, but, I mean, he's just not a receiver. He's not a wide receiver anymore in the NFL. He's a returner, and I feel like I've already got a returner. So I think this is where Sal yells at everybody, they get to 90 men.
Right.
Yep. They have to get to 90.
They have to.
I think it's a name that we've heard of, and at training camp, maybe there are stories written about him, but I would be floored, I think, if he had any impact on the team, unless he is taking Brandon Codrington's job, which maybe there's an avenue for him for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. 803-0550. We've got a stat for you on Shenault in just a moment, but we've got a caller to pop in. Ricky in Toronto. Ricky, good morning. Thanks for calling us bright and early.
How are you?
We're good.
Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to touch on what you guys were talking about before about Mario Williams.
Yeah.
I was just saying the Bills are really good right now. We have Josh Allen. We make the playoffs every year. Maybe that has a thing to do with people just signing beforehand and not taking visits, and you guys touched on it. Maybe you go to a lesser team for the money and check out what's around the city instead of just going because they're great. Thank you. I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's definitely a part of it.
It's a part of it. Teams, though, a lot of guys are doing that with a lot of teams. They're just like, maybe it's also the effect of there being tampering periods, right, where there's 2 days before, and maybe that's it. Guys wanting to get in, like if Bosa or whoever likes the idea of the Bills and he likes the offer that they gave, he might not feel like he has time to visit because it's like, well, I want to come and visit. Is he worried the Bills go and do something else then? Because guys are signing. It's basically free agency, but are the rules such that you can't really go there yet?
It's free agency, but it's also a little bit of musical chairs.
Yeah.
Because let's say you are Bosa and you're interested in the Bills and they're interested in another defensive, Zadarius Smith, and it's coming down to it, and the Bills have to make a quick call. We're going to lose our choice here. Should we wait? And then next thing you know, a couple guys get signed. You could be left out in the cold. So, Zadarius Smith didn't even sign yet. I was just trying to think of another edge rusher for this comparison. Mm-hmm. But yeah, musical chairs. And when you see Asante Samuel Jr. out there visiting teams,
going to Arizona,
don't you feel like that means he's not getting the offers he wanted?
A little bit, yeah.
You thought you were going to get $100 million guaranteed, and those offers are coming in at 60% of that. You think, all right, well, let me go see what might be the best fit for me because I'm not hitting it the way that I thought I would. The only visits anymore are quarterbacks, I want to say. If a quarterback goes to visit, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be meet with the coach, talk to the coordinator, see how we mesh. I don't know. Quarterbacks are backups, too. We don't really have too many. You just don't have too many tours where guys are going to walk around and visit. Where we're looking right now, Devontae Adams on our screen. He got recruited by Sean McVay. McVay closed that deal to get Devontae Adams to the Rams. I don't know if he ever visited. Does he have to visit, or does he just know?
He might know.
Come on, they're the Rams. They won a Super Bowl. It's Sean McVay. I got a bunch of friends over there. They'll be fine. I don't have to think too hard. So anyway.
Wilson's the only one really visiting that's a quarterback. Will Rodgers visit?
And aren't they both doing that because their options are limited? If they were offered top of the market money to be my guy, they might just take whatever it is because, you can't turn that down.
Yep.
The number of times we saw a player, Javon Holland, Myles Garrett, I want this and this and this and this, and I want this. And then what'd you take? Oh, it's a big, huge deal. I didn't take coach stability like I said I wanted. I just took a huge contract.
Yeah, I took the money.
Yep, that happens a lot. Asante Samuel Jr. visiting with the Cardinals. He's been linked a little bit to the Bills. I just don't think that's really much of a fit myself, but we'll see. The idea of paying money to a corner, they're about to pay Benford probably, unless, as people point out on my Twitter and to me, they're concerned about his injury history, Benford. And his, he's been banged up a bit. There's concussions.
This was his first year where he really made it through the whole thing. Yeah. And he got hurt in the AFC Championship game, right? Like, concussions, it happens. And remember, he had just had one, so, you hope he didn't rush back, but you wonder because of the way the league works. I mean, how much did that hurt them? A ton. Well, maybe. He had struggled, remember, the first drive or two against the Chiefs. They picked on him, but I don't know. I would be a lot more confident he would have figured it out as the game went along more than Elam did. So I do think him getting hurt in that game hurt them a lot. He has played 15 games in back-to-back years.
Okay,
so he does have injury stuff, but it's not Bosa where Bosa's missed like 20-something games in 3 years.
He has missed games. He's also missed important games. Benford has. Not like he chooses, but he's missed important games.
Yep. Yeah, they could wait till next year, I guess. You've pointed out the franchise tag thing. If they really wanted to make sure he's going to get through healthy, and they wait a year to do a contract, then maybe if it's not going the way you want, you could tag him. What's the tag at corner is more realistic than it is at linebacker or some other positions.
So I mentioned before we got to that caller, Ricky in Toronto, I have a stat of the day for you, and it's on Laviska Shenault. Comes courtesy of Chris Trapasso. It's not your traditional stat of the day. So he is unique. Mm-hmm. Trapasso, friend of the show, you hear me.
Doesn't wear shoes.
No. But Trapasso, you hear him on the afternoon show. We have him on once in a while to talk about draft young players. He pointed out that Laviska Shenault is one of 2 receivers ever to be under 6'2" and over 225 at the combine. A receiver that's under 6'2" and over 225 pounds.
Okay.
There have only been 2 at the combine to ever be like that.
Can I guess who the other one is?
You can try.
It's not Deebo Samuel?
No.
Because he's built that way.
No.
Okay. No, I don't have a guess then.
It's Antonio Gibson, who's a running back. You knew it? You had it?
I was going to say it, and then I don't know why I didn't say it, because he's not... I remembered him being a receiver in college, and then he transitioned to running back. I didn't guess it because I thought he'd be a running back by then. All right, whatever.
Shenault,
how mad should I be at that?
Shenault is a former... This guy looks exciting, and he's just not really brought that. But how about that? Maybe he was supposed to be a running back.
Yeah.
Is this pressure on James Cook? Huh? No, probably not.
No.
Probably not. All right, Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. It's a Friday. We're going to have some fun. We haven't checked in on the chat in a couple days. We'll definitely do that today. Sal at 7:30. We're going to talk Golf Expo at 9. There's a Golf Expo this weekend at Riverworks if you want to snag tickets to that and go, have beer and watch golf and talk golf. Golf Expo coming up this weekend as well. So it'll be a good weekend to be out and about, and you can join us on the phones, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR.
Free agency continues in the NFL. The Bills introducing Joey Bosa, Josh Palmer, other free agents yesterday. They also spoke with the media. You can listen to their first comments as Bills on our website at WGR550.com. Around the NFL, there is interest in Cooper Kupp, and Jordan Schultz reports that Kupp right now is picking between 5 teams that are all offering around $12 to $15 million per year for Kupp services. Raheem Mostert, formerly of the Dolphins, goes to the Raiders on a 1-year, $2.1 million contract. Mason Rudolph to the Steelers, giving them a quarterback just in case they don't land Aaron Rodgers or somebody else. To college basketball, conference tournaments going on. St. Bonaventure stormed back to beat Duquesne 64-59 yesterday in the A10 tournament. They were down 13 at one point in the second half, ended the game on a 13-1 run. They'll play this afternoon at 11:30 against top-seeded VCU. Duke squeaks past Georgia Tech. They lost their star Cooper Flagg, though, to a turned ankle. Not known the severity of that injury yet. Sabres are off today. They will play tomorrow afternoon against Jack Eichel and the Golden Knights at KeyBank Center. Players' Championship.
It's his last time they were here, he was hurt.
He was hurt.
So
he hasn't been back since
his hat trick.
Yeah.
His hat trick where he could have scored 6. Because he went.
Yeah.
He's got stoned on a bunch of breakaways.
I think he scored all 3 in the third.
Yeah.
Because I was in the crowd and he had missed 2 breakaways, and everyone was giving it to him because he was missing breakaways. And then he started scoring, and I think he was like, "Oh, yeah, that was a tough one for
amazing."
Folks. So tomorrow against the Golden Knights, Players Championship. Lucas Glover, Camilo Villegas, and JJ Spawn are in first, as if it's 2012 again. Rory McIlroy 1 shot back at 5 under. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
I'm just excited to experience something new, something different. We have a chance to do something special, and Josh texted me that, that if we do what we set out to do, we could really be immortalized in this town, and, that's what it's all about, is winning a championship, and that's, I think, why people are here.
That's Joey Bosa from yesterday when we spoke with Dave Drogemeyer, who covers the Chargers in L.A., he said about Bosa, yeah, he wants to win a Super Bowl. Like, there's no doubt. It's the kind of guy that's driven to do that. I was listening to the afternoon show, or maybe it was Sal. Somebody else had a Chargers guest on about Bosa and how he's wired and how he's a little different. You might see him off to the side doing his own things, almost like, that's a good comparison here. A guy that, not that he's not with the team or not working with the team, but that just he's kind of almost in his own headspace sometimes, and he's going to be working on things, a cerebral kind of player that's always thinking about the technique. So, yeah, he's battled a lot of injuries, of course, and that's the big thing that we're all going to be sitting here watching. If he gets hurt during the year, it'll be, is he ready for the playoffs? And
how is he while he's playing? Did you see that he said yesterday that he was playing at about 60 to 70% for a good while during the 2024 season? Anthony Cover One tweeted over that. That makes complete sense when watching his tape, that he looks like someone that was laboring on the field and playing through pain last year. And he actually didn't have poor results last year. Like, his pass rush win rate was pretty good. His run defending grade was pretty good. Not elite, but pretty good. And if he was doing that while playing 60 to 70%, but that's part of the point, right? Is what are the odds that you're going to get him at 70% during the season? Like, it's probably more. It might be more likely you're going to get him at 70 than 100.
It might be. It also
the important games.
I wonder what the Bills' plan is. Hey, if you're at 70%, you're not going to have to labor through it for us because
we're going to be more secure than the Chargers.
Be 3 games clear of the division,
right?
And you're going to rest until it's time. We might.
Whereas the Chargers are fighting for playoffs, and like you got to go through it because you're trying to get in.
And that might be a little bit bold to predict, but the division looks like the Chargers are not the favorite. The Bills will be a big favorite this year to win the division. It will not be like last year, where it's a 3-way race. Are odds out now? Are they the second biggest favorite to win their own division? The Bills. think we had that a couple weeks ago or days ago.
They were, I think it was, they weren't up yet. You had to kind of do it by the Super Bowl odds, like comparing to where they were to where the other teams in the division were. No, I got conference winners for you now.
Are they third?
They're third. And
Baltimore.
Here, let's do it this way. Where is the next AFC East team?
So the Bills are third. The next AFC East
Actually, the Bills are
team.
really tied for second, and it's almost... I mean, the top three are all... Chiefs are plus 330, Ravens and Bills are plus 350.
Okay, might as well be the same.
Yeah.
The Dolphins are next, and they are plus 800.
The Dolphins, who are 8th on this list, are plus 1,900.
Okay, yeah. Big gap.
Behind Denver, Houston, Chargers, Bengals. Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. That's the next AFC East team. So by that, I mean, right? Like,
big favorites.
I think they're probably going to be the biggest favorite to win their division. I think.
Yeah, and you wonder if that comes up in conversation. The story was Bosa talked to Jake Kummerow for 20 minutes, who is his cousin. We found that out. Thank you to the chat and Twitter for pointing out that Kummerow is Joey Bosa's cousin. So they would have talked about what it's like to play here. Will they manage him? Will it be about load management? Will it be like how Vaughn was treated this year? There's going to be a game he plays 4 snaps because we don't need you. Hey, relax. Take some time off. Because they definitely want to get him to the postseason healthy. I wonder if we don't see, once the season begins, Joe, flashes. The first month of the season happens and we see it. Like, oh man, this guy is a top-level rusher. He can wreck a game. We're seeing it. And then, there's a shoulder issue. Like, okay, relax. Yeah. Just rehab until January 10th.
Do you ever think that's tougher in the moment, though, even for us, let alone the team? Like, right now, that sounds perfect. Sounds great. Exactly what you should do. And then what happens if you're in the middle of the season and you're 3-1 and you're going to play the 3-1 Dolphins? Then what? Then how do you feel about it?
Right.
You're going to play... Do they play the Bengals this year? I got to know their schedule.
They do. They play the Bengals here.
All right, they're going to play Cincinnati here. Or they're getting ready to play Cincinnati here, and Bosa's got something. It's nagging. He's limited on the injury report throughout the week. I think we're going to want him to play. I think in the moment we're going to feel like we want him to play, and that's where that's the team also having to know, like, stick to your plan. If your plan is before the year, we're going to be conservative with him when it comes to injuries, then you gotta even when the players might be pushing you. Like Bosa might be that week going, I'm playing. We're beating the Bengals this week. I'm getting Burrow, big game for standings maybe if it's late in the year, and you gotta be able and have the strength to say, like, you're not doing it. Like, we'll put you out there for 20% of the snaps, but I am not putting you out there for 50 snaps this week. We got playoffs coming. It's tougher in the moment.
It is. And it's also tougher in the moment because the Bills might be at some point chasing that 1 seed that they've never got.
Right.
And they probably still think that is important. 803-0550. Happy Friday. It's going to be in the 60s today. I'm wondering if we can push it to the 70s. Like, come on. Is there potential there? That's what I want.
Like somewhere in the area, even if it's like, hey, guys at the airport, it said it was 70.
Yeah, it's 68. But if you go stand in the middle of Delaware Park in the sun, you might find a 70.
So shorts report, I'm not wearing shorts. But
I am wearing shorts.
It was colder this morning.
I'm in shorts. Evan, shorts or pants?
They're all packed away, the shorts, so I did not
wearing pants. Owen?
What do we got?
Pants.
Everyone's wearing pants.
Yeah, everyone's wearing pants.
I'm wearing shorts.
There was no reason temperature-wise this morning to wear shorts.
It was 28 degrees when I came out this morning. So
no, stop.
What is it when we get out of here?
44.
Yeah, come on.
But it's going to be 68. It's like I'm flying to Florida today.
But you can change when you get home.
Why? I'm ready. I'm ready for the weather to be nicer. You have to go ahead and waste your time putting on different clothes, and I will be ready. When it gets to be 65 degrees, I'll be standing enjoying that weather, and you'll be going inside to get ready for that weather. That means I'm
going to take 3 seconds and change into shorts.
That's 3 seconds of perfect weather I get that you don't. I'm working the edges. I'm working the margins here. A little bit of suffering in the 40s so I can enjoy it a little more in the 60s.
What I would really like, because I don't plan on golfing this weekend, what I'm really going to want to hunt down is who's ready for patios. Who's got their patio ready?
Yeah.
Anyone? You got your chairs out? You got your tables ready to go? Like, I'm not sure every place will.
No, that's right. How about your own?
They should.
Your own backyards. I got some cushions out this last couple days. I'm going to get more out today. Sit outside. Yeah, it's almost time.
Get your patios ready.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Sabres play the Vegas Golden Knights tomorrow, and you told me something I did not know. It's like, going back in time, thinking about years when games like this would have been valuable because it would have been really important that they lose the game. And there's something to know about this NHL draft?
I have seen from a couple of different prospect guys. I actually texted one of them that I do some shows on Locked On with once in a while. And I have a buddy who's really into prospects, same thing. Everyone kind of said the same thing, that there might be a big drop-off in this draft after the 4th pick. That I don't. The individual names, like Hagen's, I know is one of them. I'm not really familiar yet with like who they are. Only that there might not be a lot separating 1 through 4, but that there might be a lot separating 4 and 5. So, someone out there that knows better about it, if you're listening to that and you don't think that's right, but the people that I've texted with about the draft say, like, oh, there's a drop-off after the 4th pick. And the first 4 really, pick your guy. So, with that being said, where do the Sabres currently stand in the standings? They are 3rd from the bottom at 56 points. Nashville, Seattle, Pittsburgh, all kind of, in range, though, of that. And then you have a lottery where if somebody comes up and jumps you, you could fall down to the 5th pick, theoretically. So, yeah, I'm just, I'm not, it's not so important that I will be actively rooting for them to lose these games, but it might be in their benefit to not get to like 28th.
You're not going to actively root for it? What?
I think can I middle it?
You're probably
can I not
right.
actively root for the Sabres, but against the Sabres, but I'll root for the Predators and the Kraken to win.
Sure.
I'll root for them to win. Everyone win. Both you guys win, and I'll still finish 3rd from the bottom.
That's right.
I'm good with that. Finish 30th. I'm not going to make the playoffs. The guys we're mad at. I don't think that's turning around by the end of the year. The GM's job status, whatever it probably is right now, I think is going to remain. If they're planning on firing him, he'll get fired. If they're planning on keeping him, he'll get kept. I don't think anything in the last month. Am I wrong about that? Would anything in the last month change it? If they went on a 9-game win streak, would they change plans?
There might be a stat out there, something that you usually find, which is at the end of the season, if he does keep his job, would he have the worst record of any GM ever to be in charge this long? Wouldn't it almost assuredly be a yes? Wouldn't the results say he's the worst? Is
his record worse than Bottrell's?
Over a period of time.
Over a certain
Would
period of time?
Bottrell get 2.5 years, 3 years? Bottrell got 3 years.
That's a good question.
Bottrell got two years of Housley and hired Kruger and was gone.
Yeah.
3 years.
Yeah, he was hired in 2017. He was fired in 2021.
Of course,
no, sorry. That's wrong. He was hired by Seattle. So he was fired, June of 2020. So you're right, 3 years.
He did at least. Well, Bottrell never even had a respectable season, and Adams does have one of those.
No, Bottrell had a respectable half a season, and then he did nothing to kind of maintain it.
Right. When
they won 10 in a row. It's possible. Over 5 years that he would have one of the worst records that a GM's ever had. I think I heard Mike on the afternoon show make a really good point, though, about this, that would you ever know it's coming?
No.
For a GM? Like, the owners don't speak. Especially this one. This one hasn't spoken about the Sabres in 5 years. So there's no, he said this the other day, and is there anything to be made out of that? Or what did he mean by this? Or he said this. There's no reporting on it either. So it's kind of tough to know. I didn't see Murray coming when they fired Tim Murray. I remember thinking Bilesma was going to get fired, not Murray. When Bottrell got fired, that was COVID-related, but that was kind of out of left field, wasn't it, when they fired him?
They had just given him a vote of confidence.
Yeah, and if I'm going out of order here, but Darcy got fired in the middle of the season. And there were fired Darcy chants, but I don't know that I was expecting him to get fired then either, so I couldn't tell you the last time that I was like ready for the GM to be fired when he got fired. Like, this is as much as actually it's been. More than Murray, more than Botterill, more than Darcy.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. 7 o'clock is segment. Not exactly going to be a Let's Get Stupid, but we're going to have some fun with a What Would Have Happened that jumps off of something Pat Shurmur said, former Giants offensive coordinator, I believe, when they took Saquon Barkley. So stay tuned for that. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 to join us on WGR. Is it 60 yet? No. March 14th, Friday, March 14th.
Minute to minute temperature tracker.
Yeah, why not? Green beer weekend. Here's my annual tip for making green beer if you want to make green beer. You're thinking, yeah, we got a pitcher at the house. We'll pour some beer in the pitcher. Maybe you got a keg. Let's make some green beer. 1 drop will do it.
That's it?
1 drop of green food coloring will do the job.
Okay.
1 in the whole pitcher. 1 drop will do it.
I'm glad you said that, because if I ever got faced with that situation, I might just go,
Pour the bottle in?
put a bunch in.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Now that's like, now it looks like Guinness because now it's dark.
Right.
1 drop will do in a pitcher to make green beer.
All right. That's it.
You're not having any corned beef and cabbage, you said?
Nope. Not a fan. Don't need it at all.
You want to give us a ruling on bagpipes?
Love bagpipes.
Who doesn't love bagpipes?
That's exactly. If you don't love bagpipes, I got a problem with you.
You're going to war on behalf of bagpipes.
Yeah. I'll wear my Hartford Whalers jersey on any St. Patrick's Day festivities.
Because it's green?
It's the right shade of green too.
Yeah. I have an old Ireland rugby uniform or something from way back when.
Okay.
It's old, but I've got that.
I do have a sweatshirt from the Guinness factory in Dublin. I guess I could do that, but it's black. It's more about the color, I think, than it is about...
Yep.
Oh, I went there. I was there. None of you went there, probably. I went there.
Did you kiss the Blarney Stone?
Did. Yes, I did.
Same. Mm-hmm. This is where someone says, people tell the locals, use it as a toilet. Didn't hear that?
No.
Yeah. That's the legend is that,
they use the Blarney Stone...
That locals go up there and they
because they know
pee
only
on it.
tourists do it?
Yes.
Sweet.
Not sure if you have to believe that or care.
Yeah.
But as soon as you tell someone you kissed the Blarney Stone, they will tell you that. It's the law. You have to immediately hear that if they're telling people you've kissed the Blarney Stone. So...
I don't know how I feel.
Yes.
I don't know if I needed to know that information.
I mean, your life's no different.
That's true. Well, other than if I ever see that picture or look back at when I did that, now this is what I'm going to think of.
Yeah.
Is some Irish dude peed on that 12 hours before, and they hadn't washed it.
You got to hang upside down.
I doubt they wash it.
They probably wash it every day. No?
It's a stone. Outdoors. Well, they think they disinfect it?
Maybe they give a nice little wash, little rub.
How would you wash stone?
A wet wipe.
That thing's gonna tear apart.
Just a mop, just a Norwex rag.
All right. Yeah, maybe that would hold together. A wipe is just gonna shred. If you're trying to wipe a stone down with a rugged stone with a
magic eraser, just right there on the Blarney Stone every morning. Mm-hmm. Seamus goes up there and gets that magic eraser on that Blarney Stone.
This is the popcorn bowl all over again.
Yeah, you know what? It's not that far off. And you're all worried about it. Here I'm saying, whatever. It'll be fine. I have also kissed the Blarney Stone back in 2001. Long time ago.
Wow.
803-0550. Okay, when we get back, there is an interesting, you decide if it's believable, story from Pat Shurmur, former head coach at the time of the Giants, and Josh Allen. And I think the most interesting thing to do with it is to ask, what would have happened? Now, let's go back in time a little bit, get a little Friday exercise, and there is no wrong answer to this question, but if the Giants had drafted Josh Allen, what would the Bills have done? And where would we be today? 803-0550 on WGR.
Free agency continuing in the NFL. The Bills introducing Joey Bosa, Josh Palmer, and other free agents yesterday, making some of those moves official. Bosa in town yesterday saying that he played 60 to 70% health in a lot of games last year for the Chargers. Derek Forrest, safety from the Commanders, that signing was also made official yesterday by the Bills. Elsewhere around the NFL, Cooper Kupp being courted by several teams. The report from Jordan Schultz is that there are 5 teams that are seriously in on him, offering around $12 million per year, and that the Seahawks are one of them. Sabres are off today. They are in action tomorrow, 12:30 against the Vegas Golden Knights and Jack Eichel. We'll have pregame starting at 11:30 here on WGR. The Players' Championship, Round 1, Lucas Glover, Camilo Villegas, and J.J. Spawn are your leaders at 6 under par. Minwoo Lee and Rory McIlroy, 1 shot back at 5 under par. 2-time defending champion Scotty Scheffler was 3 under. So hanging around early, 3 shots back of the lead at this moment. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Oh, in college basketball, St. Bonaventure wins yesterday, stormed back. They were down 13 at one point in the second half, ended the game on a 13-1 run. They will play top-seeded A10 team VCU today at 11:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
I try not to think about the end. I feel like it's still a long ways away. But absolutely, I don't want to play anywhere else. Not too often do players get to stay with one team their entire career. But, I think this is like that first question I got asked. This is home to me, and it'll never not be home. And, yeah, I'd love to continue to play here as long as I can. And when it's time to put the cleats up, hopefully that'll be in Buffalo.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen this week talking about his contract extension. I had this conversation with my wife about Allen, about how long he'll play. Mm-hmm. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Will he be a Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, play until they drag me out of here? Will he be... Just trying to think of other guys that didn't leave early, but they just walked away when they thought, like, all right, like Roethlisberger stayed too long.
Yep, Eli stayed way too long.
Stayed too long.
Way too long.
Is Breeze a good example here? Breeze was, all right, see ya. One franchise, and I don't know that we thought he was totally washed.
Kind of one franchise.
All right, okay, sorry. The Chargers
but
before.
Yeah, the point remains.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze...
He was 41 when he retired, but... Yeah, like he maybe could have thought... He was 9-3 his final year. He didn't put up giant numbers. Well,
24 touchdowns in 12 games.
245 yards per game. He missed a few. He had a winning record each of his last 4 seasons.
Yeah.
He goes into the playoffs. He won a playoff game his last year in the league. So sure, he could have thought maybe he was one of these where like Manning this was true of. It's almost amazing. Sean Payton too. Like Breeze able to be that effective at the end because he had a noodle arm at the end. Nothing beyond 5 yards at the end of his career. Yeah. Nothing. So like even though he was still okay, it was like writing was on the wall. The guy couldn't throw anymore. So he got out at the right time, I would say.
You wonder how many years Allen has left. When we talk about, windows being open and Allen at the top of the game, at the top of his game, how long until he decides I'm good? I mean, he says there, hopefully not for a long time. I wonder if he thinks about...
Well, you know what the right follow-up question to that is? Do they have a Super Bowl?
That's right.
Because if they have a Super Bowl, then if he's 36 and the body's taking a lot of wear and tear,
and he's got a future he's
not an athlete anymore the same way.
He's got a production company, and he's
a production company.
Well, seriously,
right. No, he does.
Does he think about his next career?
He's got a golf YouTube channel that is the millions and millions of subscribers.
He probably will have other interests,
right?
And he might be one to think, I want a life after football. I want a good life after football, and I feel good right now because, these guys get beat up like crazy. And Brady, not to make light of it, like Brady, the general idea is his marriage fell apart because his wife wanted him to quit and he wouldn't. right?
It's out there.
It changed his life because he would not walk away. He felt he could still go, and he won another Super Bowl by continuing to go.
Yep.
He retired and then unretired.
Yeah.
So sometimes these guys think they're ready to walk away and they're not, and that is a long way away from Allen. But we mentioned he's the fourth oldest starting quarterback in the AFC.
Yeah. Is that still true?
Is that still who else got a job? Like Rodgers is not locked in yet. Russell Wilson's not locked in yet.
Pittsburgh, then maybe he would drop one, right?
Right, but he's one of the older quarterbacks now. He's not old. He's just one of the older quarterbacks.
Right.
Things do turn over.
But the other end of that to me is if he hasn't won a Super Bowl yet, late into his career, then he is John Elway helicoptering over people to try to get it.
And then
that's how he talks.
And then once you get it, you're out. Although Elway got 2.
Right. That's my read of it. Is it's going to be dependent if they've won. And how his body holds up. It's kind of uncharted territory because he's pretty unique, right? Mm-hmm. He is, Ross Tucker's called him the greatest athlete at the position ever. And he's a different type of athlete than Jackson, but they're the two. And we don't have a lot of sample on how those guys age. We have some example, and they're not perfect, but we've seen Cam Newton. We've seen, if you're talking about Lamar, we've seen Michael Vick, right? If we're Randall Cunningham, maybe. Maybe you could start to point to this guy and this guy, a couple. But when it's Brady and Manning and Breeze and Roethlisberger, how those guys age, because they're more traditional pocket passers, not as much going on with the legs. You have 1,000 examples to look at. We know how those guys age. Here, I could not tell you what's Josh Allen going to look like at 33 years old. I have no earthly idea. Is he still jumping over people?
Probably. I would maybe. Wouldn't you bet that?
I would, but I don't know. Maybe he is a pocket passer by then. And even if he is, this is one big key difference between him and Newton. He's developed as a passer to the point where, sure, is he as good if he's not giving you that rushing option? Of course not. But can he still be good in the league without that? I would be more confident with him doing it than maybe a Newton, for instance.
The name that comes...
Where it was so... Writing was on the wall. The moment Newton's athleticism dried up, he wasn't an NFL starter anymore.
The name that comes to mind, it's a crossover. I'm thinking about LeBron and what LeBron does at his age right now.
Yeah.
And he does it every night. LeBron,
yeah.
You want to talk about what they do with their bodies, how they take care, whatever. But LeBron is a freak. And can Allen do that at age 33? I want to say, yeah, of course.
It's
different.
It's a question for later in his career. But what I'll wonder is, does he put in the same type of effort to it that LeBron does? And Brady, to that extent. Brady, a lot of it, I think, is that he didn't really transform his game. His game already kind of presented this. He knew, if I get rid of the ball within 2 seconds, I'm going to be able to last. Right? Look at the last few years of his career. Ball's out quick, didn't take any hits. That's one big reason why he lasted. But another is what the guy does with his body. Right? And I don't eat strawberries. I don't drink beer. I don't do anything because I'm trying to milk every ounce of this that I can out of it. That's LeBron. There's a documentary on Netflix. I think it's Starting Five, whatever. It's their Hard Knocks version where they follow. No, not Hard Knocks. The individuals, wide receiver. I think Omaha Productions did it, and they follow LeBron around. And when you see what his daily routine is, there's no part of his day that isn't something focused on his body. When he plays video games, he's got these giant sleeves on his legs that I can't even describe to you.
I should do that.
I don't even know what they are.
I could say I'm working out.
Every ounce of his life, it just seems to be, I'm trying to keep this body going. And he spends, what's the report, $1.5 million a year just on keeping his body to where it is.
We should all be doing this. Let's all get those leg things. And then what are you doing? I'm trying to keep my body going.
And I'm not saying Josh Allen
playing video games.
I'm not saying Josh Allen can't become that, but I got him on a podcast a year ago saying that he's in drive-through lines in the offseason, until 12 o'clock in the morning.
That's right. Allen openly in years past has said, I hope the Bills trainers don't hear this. I don't do what they want me to do.
Right.
I just do my thing because I think I need the rest.
So I'm not saying at all he's out of shape or that he's doing anything wrong right now, but if he wants to be playing elite level football at ages like that, you've only got a couple guys that have done it, and they are crazy people about what they do with their bodies. So he'd have to do that.
Yeah. 803-0550. Okay, so fun question to ask. It's a Friday. There are no wrong answers here. Give us a ring on this question. A little bit of a Josh Allen conversation. A lot of bit of a Josh Allen conversation, rather. So Pat Shurmur, former Giants coach, is saying the Giants nearly took Allen in the draft, which, on some level, any story like this, I want to say, yeah, sure you did. Yeah, I'm sure you did. Go ahead and release your draft board if that's true. Yeah. But whatever. Let's say for a moment, it's right. Dave Gettleman, of course, took Saquon Barkley second overall in one of the most laughably bad decisions. People knew right away it's a giant mistake. Of course, you should never do that.
And refused to pick up the phone for anybody that was trying to trade up.
Right.
Remember the comment, they want to give me a hot dog and a pretzel, get out of here.
Right.
Yeah.
So they draft Barkley, who's a great player, of course, but the return on that is what? The next year they're looking for a quarterback, and they go for Daniel Jones. Congratulations, you got fired, everybody got fired, and drafting a running back second overall is a disastrous idea when you need a quarterback. Anyway, Pat Shurmur says the quarterback they wanted was Allen. He's the one I liked. I liked Josh Allen. Had we not drafted Saquon, quote, the quarterback I felt we should have drafted was Josh Allen. We took Saquon, who we felt was the best player in the draft. In the next year, we were looking. Now it was time. We needed to get a quarterback, right? We had a Hall of Fame player in Eli that was near the end, so we needed to get a guy. In that year, it came down to Daniel Jones and Dwayne Haskins. God rest his soul on Haskins. That's Pat Shurmur. They didn't take Allen, of course. The rest is history. John Elway, of course, he also says at the 4 spot when they took Bradley Chubb that they thought about taking Josh Allen. Here's a fun Friday question for everybody. Ready? Mm-hmm. The Giants take Allen. Where are the Bills now? What would they have done? What would the Bills have done if it goes Baker 1, Allen 2, the Jets still take Darnold at 3, and now we're off and running, and what happens from there? What do the Bills do? They probably don't trade up to 7, I don't think. The Bills are sitting at 12, and the top 3 quarterbacks, those 3 go, meaning that who's left for the quarterback class? It's Rosen, Lamar, Mason Rudolph. And we know, going into that draft, they needed one badly.
Right. They've already traded Tyrod away.
They traded Tyrod away.
They got the first pick around 3.
That's
they
right.
Traded him away.
They pushed on the decision the year before to not take Deshaun Watson or Patrick Mahomes. They trade out of the Mahomes spot to take their quarterback this year. It's part of the point about all these trades and trading up and trading down, how little you are in control of the draft. But those 3 go. What do the Bills do?
Right. By the way, they've already made a move up. Remember, with the idea that they're going to have to jump up again. They've traded what was Cordy Glenn and 22 to get up to 12. So they've already jumped to 1 lily pad thinking that they have to jump again. So now they're at 12, and those 3 are gone. They're never taking Rosen, right?
I don't think they're... One of the things about that draft class that I remember, I liked Rosen as a pocket passer and thought I thought he got a bad rap, but I also said every day that there's no way they will take him. I never thought they would take him. Lamar, I have no idea. Would they have taken Lamar Jackson? Would they have taken Mason Rudolph in the 2nd round? I don't need
that. Those are both more likely than Rosen, I think. Right?
Maybe. I don't need to go so far as are McDermott and Bean working here. I would just make it as simple as this. What on earth would they have done?
Because they're not taking one at all, right?
Right. I want to say I bet...
They also have that other first. Maybe are they doing... This is what the Ravens did. The Ravens, remember, drafted Hayden Hurst before they drafted Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Are the Bills drafting Tremaine Edmonds at 12?
And then taking Lamar in the 2nd?
And then taking Lamar at, what was their 2nd pick, 20-something?
Yeah. It's an interesting conversation.
Are they doing that?
Yeah. Sal Capaccio joining us here on the Western Hotline to chat about some Bills moves. Sal, did you think about this at all when I don't know if you saw the story, Pat Shurmur saying they liked Josh at number 2 that year, and
they couldn't get Gettleman.
They couldn't get Gettleman to do it. The GM was so in love with the idea of taking Saquon Barkley. What would the Bills have done in that spot? It's a tough question because I don't know what they would have done.
I don't either. No, I did not see this happen. I remember there was something about Josh Allen and Shurmur at the time, and how Shurmur had made a comment that kind of didn't sit well with the Bills or Josh Allen about it, and there was never really any clarity on why.
He said he has
remember going back to that
he said
time?
He has a chance to be a starting quarterback. or something like that. He said, I liked him. I thought he had a chance to be a starting quarterback. And there was a little bit of a, is that an insult? Everything's turned into bulletin board material.
Maybe now what we're learning is, by this story, he's trying to say, yeah, I thought that, but the other guy didn't, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The GM didn't. Who knows? Let me see. 2018 draft, I think. Mayfield, Barkley, Darnold goes 3. I really don't know. It's a good question, guys. Maybe it's something we could, we could find out as we go forward. Maybe something you can ask Brandon Beane when he's on training camp with you.
Do you agree with us, though, that the least likely scenario would have been that they picked Rosen?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I don't think Josh Rosen was the type of quarterback they were looking for. Who knows? Maybe they just had faith in hey, we're going to be able to make it work with any of these guys. We got to find someone. But yeah, it just feels like he wasn't the kind of guy they were looking at.
Right, because
there was a lot of talk about Mason Rudolph that year. Remember that?
Yes.
I don't think it would have gone number 7. They would have traded up for him. But remember, there's a lot of talk about maybe Mason Rudolph could be a guy who would fit.
Maybe their second first-round pick, or maybe their second. Because to me, really, the exercise is, and you can't really know. And I don't think we would know this answer until they're both done playing. But the question for me is, would they have picked Lamar Jackson? Because then your history is still pretty good.
Yeah.
You might think it's different, but you would expect that if they had done that, they would still be in really good shape. Whereas if they had picked Rudolph, then who the heck knows?
Yeah, we can ask Beane 10 years from now.
Yeah, they have to be done playing.
Everybody's got to be retired. Everybody's got to have Super Bowls, and then you can say, "Oh yeah, I have no idea what we would have done. Maybe we take a guard."
Right?
Who knows?
Well, because he might not get to that.
We always.
Sorry, go ahead, Sal.
Yeah, sorry. We already know too that the Broncos could have taken Josh Allen, and they weren't going to trade with the Bills if there was a guy there, and they didn't know who the guy was. Well, it was Bradley Chubb. So we always had that conversation too. So it's the same thing. One of the Broncos said, no, we got to take Josh Allen, but they stayed in 5 and they took Bradley Chubb instead.
This happens a lot too, where when the guy becomes elite, everyone wants to line up and tell you, "Oh, I knew."
I agree with that.
I knew. There was a Seattle story a couple years ago how Pete Carroll had said, or maybe it was the GM, that they had offered Russell Wilson for the top pick because they wanted to take Josh Allen.
Right.
There's also convenient. You wanted to take Josh Allen at 1 after he's become an MVP.
There was a story that the Browns wanted to mock the idea of Carson Wentz. They knew he was a phony, even though Carson Wentz had, whatever. There's all these revisionist stories are, you take them for what they're worth. Sal, Laviska Shenault is the newest addition for the Buffalo Bills. We check in with you quickly here. I know you've got stuff going on later today. So what do you think? Kick returner, body, is this a great example of you shouting to the rooftops, they have to have 90 people on the team?
It is one of those examples. I wrote a quick tweet last night. I was at an event last night, and I actually was there when this all happened. So by the time I got home, I put some thoughts down, and I tweeted out. And after thinking about it, I said, listen, there's a couple things about this. To me, this also, it goes to the fact that there is very likely, I shouldn't say very likely, it's very possible the kickoff goes to the 35, the touchbacks. And I think teams are planning for that, guys. This is a really good kick returner. Yes, they have Brandon Codrington. They also have 2 kick returners on the field at the same time, the way they run it. And he has never returned a punt in the NFL or college, so it's not like he's going to be there for a punt returns, but I think this is we need a guy because there's going to be, kickoffs were way up last year, pretty far up. I think it was up by 30%. And if they move it to the 35, they're going to be up a lot more. And let's remember, Sean McDermott's on the competition committee. He might see this coming and says, listen, we have to have a guy, in case this happens, we're going to have a guy to make sure that we're in a good spot on the roster to be able to return kicks. So to me, this really starts with the kickoff touchback on kickoffs, moving to the 35-yard line, the possibility of that. From there, it's depth wide receiver. Hey, a guy that actually had a good first 2 years in the NFL. After that, really had a big drop-off, hasn't really done much and had much production. But I always say, as you guys know, you never know. It feels like maybe the Bills liked him coming out of college and they didn't draft him. And, you wait down the road, he's available. Okay, we really like his skill set. Same regime. Let's bring him in here. And yes, Jeremy, 90 guys, right? They're bringing 90 guys to camp. There's going to be types of guys like this all over. There's no guarantees even making the roster.
Right. So do you not really see him as a huge threat then to Codrington's roster spot eventually because of him never returning a punt?
Exactly. I don't see him at all a threat to Codrington's roster spot. The Bills have a very good punt return in Brandon Codrington, and his backup is basically Khalil Shakir, right? I mean, so no, he's never done it. So if Codrington's not on the roster, who's the punt returner? So like I said, you could have maybe Daquan Hardy suddenly shows up and is amazing at it. You say, wow, he's actually a better corner as well. So there's no guarantees with Codrington, but I think he's pretty safe right now. I just think this is more of a hey, we got a guy here that can help us in the new dynamic kickoff. And we can use him as a depth wide receiver. Here's the other thing I noticed, too. I see everybody trying to figure this out, like we're doing here. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that we all get a little too far in the weeds at this time of year trying to pigeonhole guys into what their role is, right? I mean, so much is going to happen between now and the end of training camp. There's going to be a lot of guys. There's going to be a lot of competition. There's going to be injuries. There's going to be scheme tweaks. There's going to be a lot of things that happen between now and then. I think we all have to kind of always remember, like, it's March 14th. We don't need to pigeonhole guys and say, this is where that guy's playing and who he's pushing off the roster come September.
Sal, you were there yesterday as we heard some of the free agents talk about signing here, Josh Palmer, Joey Bosa. Any big takeaways on the message from those guys? Because, I mean, if anything, we might be able to get a window into what the team told them about their roles, about what they expect out of them this year, and what expectations are for this team this year.
Well, I think the money quote was from Joey Bosa when he said that Josh Allen texted him and said, if we do what we set out to do, we can be immortalized in this town. And, Bosa talked a lot about this point of his career and trying to win and wanting to win and coming to a football town, a football culture, and it's all about football here. It's going to be about nothing else but trying to win football games. So, if you're looking for any messages, the message is we're full steam ahead. We're trying to win right now, and we're right there, and we're going to, bring in guys who understand that that's the mission this year. And I think that was very, very loud and clear from Joey Bosa and from other players who spoke yesterday. Bosa is when I had Fernando Ramirez on the Extra Point show the other day. He covers the Chargers. He said he has a very dry sense of humor. He talks. He's funny sometimes, but just kind of the way he talks. And he was exactly on point, right? It was interesting just talking to him. He's Jake Kumarow's cousin. Don't know if guys know that. Touchdown Jesus. We talked to him. We asked him about that. I asked him about that. His dad played for the Dolphins in the late 80s against Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas and those guys back then. So we talked a little bit about that. Did you guys know he had an appearance in Game of Thrones? He was an extra in an episode. He said he flew out to Belfast for that. I said, so you weren't trying out for the role of Jon Snow? He said, no, they didn't have any armor big enough to fit him. So again, like just a litting example, right? He's like kind of keeping you on your toes. So yeah, that was, I think, the message. Josh Palmer was very introspective, kind of softer spoken, really thoughtful in his responses, though. Interesting, he grew up in Canada, wasn't a big hockey fan. He said he is a Raptors fan. Now he's playing for the team that's owned by McGrady and partly owned, of course, by the owners, McGrady and Vince Carter. And ironically enough, he did move to the United States, Josh Palmer, and him and Joey Bosa went to the same high school, St. Thomas Aquinas in Fort Lauderdale. He actually was teammates with Nick Bosa in high school.
Okay, I was looking real quick what episode he appeared on in Game of Thrones. There's a story that it took him a week to find his own cameo because it was one of the battle scenes. So there's 1,000 people probably in the screen. Oh, yeah. But
so
he's one of the soldiers fighting or something.
If you freeze frame it, Joe, he said you turn, you see his nose. That's what he said.
That's funny. That's funny.
Okay.
All right. Well, Sal, what's next order of business? More free agents, right? I mean, like there's still names out there.
Yeah.
When do we expect to hear from Bean? Anybody anytime soon? Is there any sort of addressing? I know that you don't actually get done in free agency, but maybe next week, because I'd want to.
So there was a.
I would just want to know about Cooper and Douglas, and if there are conversations still to be had there.
So there was a thought that we would hear from Brandon Bean yesterday, but that never materialized. So it'll be at some point soon. Maybe it's going to be today. Michael Hoyt is going to speak today, apparently. He's the only one we didn't hear from yesterday other than Darrington Evans. I think the other piece of news yesterday that impacts all of this is we learned Josh Allen's contract details. Over the Cap has them, tweeted them out. I, for one, am stunned that his cap only went down $3 million.
Yeah, me too.
I really thought it would be a lot more. Now, that said, they've already done a lot of the things they needed to do, right? I mean, it means that they don't have as much money as I thought they would have or open up, but it's not like they can't do the things they wanted to do because they already did those things. But it does show that going forward, you're not as flexible as maybe you thought you'd be. But we also learned, in lieu of that, over the last few days, that Ed Oliver had restructured his deal and they freed up $10 million. So that helps a lot as well. So you add that to Josh, that's $13 million. So they still are doing the things they need to do. But you're right, Jeremy, there are other things. And let's remember, anytime you sign a player now, it's the top 51 rule. If a guy like Damar Hamlin signs for $2 million. All he's really counting on your salary cap right now is probably about 1.1, maybe 1.2. I think it's about 1.1 because the cutoff line for the top 51 is like $900,000. So you have to just take the difference. So really, you got to always do the math on these things and how they work. And yeah, I'm sure that we're gonna hear some more moves. We'll see. Maybe they could still figure out a way to open up some more space. But we don't know what's going on at corner 2. I think that is a really, really big spot to focus on right now, to be honest.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. A quick check-in on the Bills before we hit the weekend. Sal, enjoy the weekend. Some nice weather on the way, and we'll talk next week.
You got it, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, Sal Capaccio on our Western Hotline. 803-0550. When we get back, I've got a very, very, very short trivia question for you about Saturday's game between the Sabres and the Golden Knights.
Okay.
Yes, someone might want to revisit that a little bit. Is the answer
Jack Eichel?
It is not. The answer is not Jack Eichel, but we will maybe go down memory lane a little bit. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. They're offering a profit boost token for the dog of the day. That's right. College basketball is in full tournament season. You got conference tournaments, Selection Sunday coming up, and, of course, the big one next week. With FanDuel, you can get a profit boost token and have your underdog bets pay you even more. One of the best parts about the tournament, underdogs, when they take down powerhouses. So get that profit boost. It's your chance to ride with a long shot, scrappy team, somebody you like, a name you like, whatever it is. Jump in with FanDuel Sportsbook. If you've been waiting to join, no better time. The app is easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/white to download America's #1 sportsbook and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. After all, anything can happen in March. 21 plus and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Free agency in the NFL continues. The Bills are signing Laviska Shenault, kick returner in the NFL over the last couple of years, second-round wide receiver of the Jaguars back in 2020. He's only caught 5 passes last 2 years, more of a returner at this point in time. The Bills introducing Joey Bosa and other players yesterday. You can catch all that audio on our website, WGR550.com. Sal's got a write-up as well. Cooper Kupp is reportedly deciding between the Seahawks and the Cowboys. That is reported this morning. Diana Rossini says that Aaron Rodgers is intrigued by the Minnesota Vikings and the idea of going to Minnesota. Sabres are in action tomorrow at 12:30 against the Golden Knights. We'll have pregame starting at 11:30 here on WGR. The Players' Championship continues into today. A couple of guys in their 40s at the top of the leaderboard, Camilo Villegas and Lucas Glover at the top of the leaderboard. J.J. Spawn also 6 under for the lead. Rory McIlroy is 1 shot back going into round 2. College hoops, St. Bonaventure, big comeback yesterday to stay alive in the A10 tournament. They get the win. They'll play this morning at 11:30 against VCU, the top team in the A10 tournament. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Ultimately, I trusted my agent. I have a lot of trust in my agent. To be honest, I didn't really know much about Buffalo just because I've only been with one team. I am Canadian, but didn't really pay much attention to the NFL. I was a basketball guy. I thought I was going to be in the NBA. But, my agents made it very easy for me to where I said, you guys run point. Every time they would call me. And I think them hearing how calm I was in the whole process kind of scared them.
Josh Palmer yesterday introduced to the assembled media at One Bills Drive. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. High of 68 today. Sun's coming up. Looks beautiful out there. Mm-hmm. It's one of those mornings where we should do the show outside, like you're in school and classes outside. Yeah, we should. You know what? Let's ask. Let's get a little veranda built right here.
A balcony?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll just walk outside, and sip coffee, sit outside in the sunshine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a bad idea. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for joining us. Sabres and Golden Knights.
Yes.
Tomorrow. I've got a very fast trivia question for you. Want to do instant trivia?
Sure.
All right.
Let's do it.
Instant trivia. So I was checking to see, listen, you know who is coming back. Yeah. Victor Olofsson, of course. You know who comes back. And I thought, who's left that he would say hi to on the Sabres? So here's your trivia question.
Okay.
Who in the organization is still here from his last game, which was March 7th, 4 years ago? Who could he say hi to tomorrow? Like, hey, good to see you.
Yeah, because it's not it's not Dylan Cousins. I saw a clip. Clip of Cousins scoring his first NHL goal, and Eichel is the one hugging him and on the bench.
It's not Middlestat because Middlestat obviously has been traded twice. He scored a goal last night in Boston.
Wait. There's only one.
I didn't say there's only one.
Oh, but who is?
I said
one?
Who's left.
Okay, Tage.
Tage was not in the lineup in Jack's final game.
Oh, only his last game.
Yes.
Oh,
only
okay.
His last game.
I see.
Tage would have been in Rochester or rehabbing maybe at that time.
He might have gotten. He got out for the year. Yeah. Darlene.
1.
Kevin Adams.
Well, sure, but
okay. I didn't
just
know.
going.
Just players.
Who was in the lineup that night?
Okay, Darlene. If Tage isn't in there, is that it?
It's Jacob Bryson. It's those two.
Jacob Bryson.
Just those two. That's it.
Glad you said Jacob Bryson. It might take me a minute.
Just if we could imagine fly on the wall moments.
Yeah.
Jack and Darlene. I don't think they had problems with each other at all. I feel like
they still talk. There was a story about them at the Four Nations, them talking at the bar or whatever, and Darlene sent over shots to Eichel, and maybe even knowing he wouldn't want him.
Yeah.
As a joke. And Eichel's like, get those out of here.
They
talk.
I'm thinking about the context here of, the story from Paul Bissonnette this week, which Darlene said's not true. And, it's tomorrow, 11:45, warm-ups. Jack skates to center ice. Hey, Rass. You definitely didn't say it, right? You definitely didn't say it, but hey. Mm-hmm. You're the only one left. Mm-hmm. Everybody else is gone. You're here. And where are you?
Then he yells at Bryson. Bryce, you next?
Right. Who knows?
Yeah.
Olofsson.
I saw a highlight. Someone tweeted out. I don't even know why. It's March. Who did this? The highlights of the 10-game win streak in 2018.
2018.
And there's a game. Do you remember when they beat Detroit in a shootout? They came back in the third period. And who's the guy that scored the power play goal on a one-timer to tie the game and then won it in a shootout? It's a super scrawny-looking Tage Thompson. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And, Tage is out there. I know Darlene was out there. Tage is out there. These guys have been here a long time.
Yep.
Those two in particular.
And there was
I'm almost more surprised that it's not Tage, the one that there's going to be stories about. He's older by 3 years.
Right. There was a graphic going around yesterday about, fancy charts, Tage and Darlene both basically in the 99th percentile of how good NHL players are.
Yeah, they're superstars.
Yeah, these two are incredible players, and you're still not getting this right. Figure it out. You've got two pieces that are, this good.
And when was Darlene there yet when Eichel leaves? Though they've both done it since he left, I think. You have to remind me on the timeline, but when Kruger was coaching, Darlene was lost.
Right.
So I don't think Darlene became elite level Darlene until Eichel's gone. We never really got to see it.
Did
we?
He
was fine. He was good.
Darlene starts with Housley.
Yes.
And it's not
As a rookie.
horrible. I think there's a lot of stuff there. But
he's not top 10 defenseman in the world then.
No, probably not. And then Kruger, of course,
crushed him.
Yes.
He put him on a chain at the blue line and said, "Don't move."
Yep.
And it almost ruined him.
Yep. That did not go well.
So we never really got to see it. But again, part of that is, whatever, because you mentioned there's a chart that Thompson's in the 98th percentile, wins above replacement, whatever. He's a star. Thompson just became an elite guy. So, okay, I never got to see it with Eichel, but then Thompson became... Thompson for 1 year was as good as Eichel was 2 years ago. Right? He was maybe even better at times during that year. So whatever. What's the point here?
Who was in the lineup that final game that Eichel played?
Ooh.
Do you know who it was against? That was the year where they played...
It's the grossest Sabre lineup ever. Or team.
It's not just that. It's also the grossest format ever. That's when they would play the Islanders 3 games in a row.
Oh, yeah.
And lose 5-2, 3 games in a row.
With no fans in the building.
The forwards that night for the Sabres, they lost to drop to 6-14-3.
Taylor Hall?
Taylor Hall's in the lineup.
Eric Stahl?
Eric Stahl's in the lineup.
Is Brandon Montour playing forward that night?
He is listed as a defenseman.
Okay. Kruger loved to do that.
Cousins. Olofsson's in the lineup. Cody Eakin, Eichel, Hall, Curtis Lazar, Middlestat, Oposo, Olofsson, Reinhart, Toby Reeder, Jeff Skinner, Eric Stahl. On defense, Bryson, Darlene, Brandon Davidson, Colin Miller, Ristolainen, Montour, and in net is Jonas Johansson. That's your Sabre team in Jack's last game. Never to be heard from again.
Davidson. Who is Brandon Davidson? I'm pretty good with my Sabre rando trivia. I don't know who that is. He's a defenseman?
Yep, he wore number 88.
Come on.
Yep.
What?
There's a person that played for the Sabres.
In Eichel's last game.
The NHL, Gary Bettman had their story yesterday. They're talking about an 84-game season.
Yeah, starting it in late September.
Okay.
That was part of it. They could start in late September.
I'd like to sign up for that. Start hockey earlier, end it earlier. Let's not have the Stanley Cup awarded on June 15th.
Are they ending it earlier, though? Because they're adding 2 games.
Adding 2 games.
That's a week, though.
Yeah, if that. So maybe get it over a little bit earlier. There's also a very small, it's almost like bookkeeping. And if you're deep into the Sabres and Bottrell and how they operated, this might affect it. So Darren Dreger on Insider Trading said they might want to change something. The story is if you draft a player in the CHL, you have 2 years to sign that guy before he goes back in the draft. If you draft a player out of college, you get 4 years.
Right.
And there was a period of time where Jason Botterill, the Sabres, would not draft players out of the CHL. They would not draft out of the CHL. And was it because they were afraid they were going to lose rights to players? Anyway,
maybe.
What Dreger says is, now that the NCAA rules have changed and CHL players can play in the NCAA, you need clarity. Like, wait a minute. If there's crossover, how do the rules? How can we make these more uniform?
I think what it is now is you could play junior hockey in Canada for a year or two and then decide you're still eligible to go play in college hockey. Before, because you're technically paid in the CHL, it was you weren't allowed to play college. You're considered a professional. But now you can switch. So that's a good question.
Yeah, they're trying to figure that out.
Okay, they're going to need that.
They're going to need clarity on that.
Because if you're competing with the college, saying no, come to the you're almost making it AHL versus college then at some point. I think. No, you're right. That'll be needed, one way or another. They did draft Brandon Hagel out of the CHL, and they lost him.
Pierre LeBrun says that on the table, how to schedule. You don't necessarily have to play one team in every arena every year. That might be on the list of things they change. They could cancel next year's All-Star game. So, a bunch of things. And then there's the playoff format. And LeBrun writes, it's remarkable how many people from around the world reached out to me after my piece this week on a possible Colorado-Dallas first-round matchup. Proof yet again the playoff format needs to change. And it is not on the agenda at the GM meetings.
Mm-hmm. Brutal.
It's truly incredible.
Colorado and Dallas, by the way, are 3rd and 8th in the league. And they would play each other in first.
That's not even one of the worst offenses. You've had it where the 4th and 5th best team play in the first round.
Yeah.
It boggles the mind that they do that. That it's not even on the table to fix the playoff format to make it better. So they're not going to do that. Okay. I don't see anything in here about the 3-2-1 point system either.
Not even mentioned.
Just easy, wide open changes, just ready for the NHL every year. And now we're good.
What? I guess maybe this is an easier question because it sounds like they're not table. Was there something, though, about it's not up to the GMs, it's up to the Board of Governors? I think he says that the Board of Governors can change that, not the general managers playoff format.
Mm-hmm.
What happens first? The Sabres make the playoffs or they change the format? Because they have never made the playoffs in this format. There is a possibility, I don't know if they'd have to get moving on changing it, that this entire format's existence could go by and the Sabres never experience it. We never experience it. We haven't. They were the 7th seed the last time they made it. That hasn't existed.
And they played the 2, yeah. LeBrun says he would go to 1 versus 8 and add a play-in round, which I think I would support both those ideas.
I would love to see a play-in round.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. On Laviska Shenault, the Bills off-season, how it's going so far. We'll kick that around. And Cooper Kupp, maybe Dallas for him? Looks like maybe Dallas. They might,
which would be their first $6 million signing in a decade.
I'm just going to say, it'll break their little free agency drought. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. Spring is in the air at Roswell Park's Donor Center. They are in need of blood and platelet donors, and just like flowers blooming, your donation can bring new life and hope to local cancer patients. So the whole process is very simple at the Donor Center. You can schedule it on their website, or you can call to do that, and you park in the ramp. They take care of your parking for you. You walk in, it's right there in the front, and the friendly staff takes great care of you, makes it super comfortable. You can play around on your phone while you're doing it. Big comfy chairs. If you want snacks, they got snacks and drinks for you too. So very simple. We're the city of good neighbors, and when you donate at the Donor Center, your donation will stay right here in the community at Roswell Park. This spring, give the gift of life. Donate blood or platelets at Roswell Park's Donor Center. Refresh your own sense of purpose and help us renew hope for our patients. Please schedule your appointment today. You can call 1-800-ROSWELL or visit visit roswellpark.org/donate. The Roswell Park Donor Center, where hope blooms.
See Cooper Flagg's injury,
Yes.
ankle injury in the ACC tournament.
They got away. It was a close game, too, against Georgia Tech. Did they say if it's serious or not, though?
I think the X-rays and MRI was negative, but didn't look good. He went out in a wheelchair. Reminiscent of something everybody remembers, of course. I just want to tell you something nobody remembers about Syracuse fans. Arinze Onuaku hurting his ankle against Georgetown in the Big East tournament that cost Syracuse the national championship that year. If he had been healthy, they would have won it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm over it. It's fine.
What year is this?
This is the year that Duke beat Butler in the national championship game. Syracuse would have won the national title.
Yeah, they would have.
Yes,
they would have beat Butler.
Yes, they lost to Butler by a point or something in the worst game ever played, and they were down their starting center, who was really important to the 2-3 zone. Everybody knows that. Universally accepted fact, Joe.
The only thing I remember
would have won the national championship.
Literally, the only thing I remember about that tournament is that Gordon Hayward almost had the greatest shot in sports.
Yeah,
history.
he wouldn't have been in that game because they would have lost to Syracuse in the Sweet 16. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We all have ours,
better.
right? I'm like the Bills fan that says if the Music City Miracle hadn't happened, they would have won the Super Bowl. Right now, a million Bills fans are, but they would have. They might have.
Yeah, but not everybody would.
This is if McKee didn't get a staph infection, the Sabres would have won the cup.
That's universal. Everyone believes they win the cup if they don't get injured in 06. There's nobody, right? There's nobody that thinks they don't. Telling in this city, Kevin Adams is the only one.
I agree.
He seemed offended that Terry and Lindy said it in the press conference at the beginning of this season. He was like, I don't know about that, guy. It's like Lindy and Terry were just at the podium and said, we would have won the cup in 06.
That's probably right.
As the guy who did win the cup is back there like, what are these guys talking about? They would have won the cup in 06.
Yeah, and Syracuse would have won the national title if Onuaku did not get hurt. So Cooper Flagg, hope he's okay.
Oh, but Duke, though. We feel so bad for them.
Speaking of the Sabres, ankle injuries, Cooper Flagg, the Jazz owner has been fined for tanking. The Utah Jazz have been fined.
Go ahead.
They've been warned. They have sat out important players.
Lauri Markkanen,
yes,
I saw.
They sat him out against Washington, who's got the worst record in the league, and they lost to Washington. Of course, the lottery for Cooper Flagg, it's not where you finish first and you have the best chances. The top three teams have the same odds, but basically the idea is the Jazz are doing what they can to make sure they stay in that bottom three, to make sure lose to Washington.
Okay, I'm glad you said this because when I saw that, it was they have a policy which is it's more built for like the LeBrons and the Embiids of the world, which is you're not allowed to sit guys in certain games. Maybe it's national TV or something. You're not allowed to sit guys because like they're trying to prevent player load management from ruining games.
Yeah,
they find that makes sense now. I saw that and thought that's weird. Lauri Markkanen.
Yep.
The Jazz. Why do they care about this? Okay, that makes sense. That's why. They're using that. They're taking that policy and using it for like a tank warning.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. They got fined $100,000. They should do it anyway.
The next one.
That's totally worth.
The next fine is $250,000.
Do it. Worth it. Would you pay $200,000 for an extra 10% at the first overall pick? Yeah, I would do that. You're buying odds then at that point.
That's what you're doing.
What's the third fine?
The franchise moves. No,
that's a little extreme.
Second round of the Players getting started. Players Championship from TPC Sawgrass. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 to join us. A little more on Laviska, Shenault, and the Bills offseason when we return as we met some of the new free agents, heard from Joey Bosa, Josh Palmer, all that. You can join us at 803-0550 on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Clinton Collision. Just had a rough winter. Maybe you were putting off a big dent in your car or something that could have been more major off until the spring. Make sure you get through the summer, whether it's crack bumper, smash fender, like I said, something more major. Trust the guys over at Clinton Collision. That's where I go when my car needs work. The guys are the real deal, bringing wrecked cars back to life. Plus, they work with all insurance companies. So if you happen to be involved in one of the many accidents that we had over the winter, call the guys that I trust. Clinton Collision. 716-823-2000 is the number. Or you can visit the website at clintoncollision.com. Free agency continuing in the NFL. Bills introducing Joey Bosa, Josh Palmer yesterday to the media. That audio is on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills signing Laviska Shenault to a 1-year deal. Kick returner for the last couple of seasons. Wide receiver out of Colorado in 2020 was a second-round pick. Had a couple of years in Jacksonville, but again has been more of a returner in recent years. Elsewhere around the NFL, Cooper Kupp looking for a new team, might be down to the Seahawks and the Cowboys, according to reports this morning. Dallas, a sleeper team. Seattle's been in it since the start, since he got released by the Rams. $12 million is the rough estimate from reports right now on Kupp. Sabres are in action tomorrow, 12:30 against the Vegas Golden Knights at KeyBank Center. Jack Eichel's first return to Buffalo since he scored a hat trick 2 years ago against them. The College hoops conference tournaments continue. A10 tournament today. St. Bonaventure at 11:30 against top-seeded VCU. Bonnie's won with a 13-1 run down the stretch yesterday against Duquesne. They were down 13 at one point in the second half, and they win. Duke squeaks by Georgia Tech in the ACC tournament. They lose star Cooper Flagg, though, to an ankle injury. And at the Players' Championship at TPC Sawgrass, Camilo Villegas and Lucas Glover, along with J.J. Spawn, are your leaders at 6 under par through one round. Rory McIlroy, 1 shot back at 5 under. Scotty Scheffler, 3 shots back at 3 under. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Not only have I grown in leadership from being in the front, but I've actually grown in leadership from being in the back and leading the guys on the field from the sideline, man. So I've been able to see and be a lot of guys with a lot of talent, and I'm just glad that I've been able to learn and grow from those guys and continue to, lead and teach the younger guys behind me.
New Bills safety Derek Forrest. 1-year deal from him. He joins from the Washington Commanders.
He's not the first Bills Forrest. I'm half cheating a little bit on this.
Okay.
Because it's not the last name.
Forrest
Lamp.
Nothing.
Don't remember Forrest Lamp?
I don't remember Forrest Lamp.
He was their backup guard 2 years ago.
I remember Forrest Gregg.
I don't remember Forrest Gregg.
Forrest Gregg was a baseball umpire. Forrest Gregg?
Okay.
Forrest Lamp. Do not remember. Nope.
Derek Forrest.
So he joins the Bills free agent class, and Laviska Shenault joins the free agent class. Mm-hmm. Former second-round pick. We wouldn't have high expectations for him. Second-round picks getting camp looks. A tradition unlike any other. KJ Hamler, Andy Isabella, Chase Claypool.
And now Laviska Shenault.
Who's the all-time flyer? All-time flyer on a guy. Not that it worked, but can you believe they brought in insert name here?
Yeah, so you're looking for more the name power rather than the result actually being...
Well, look who it is. They brought in this guy. And, of course, all
right, so these names are all good contenders for this. Is Anquan Bolden above them all?
No, because he wasn't... I don't think he was a
flyer. He was meant to play on the team.
Yes.
When they signed him?
Yes. When he signed, I was excited about that.
Okay.
What did he do afterwards? Did he go somewhere else?
No, he retired.
He retired. Okay.
He retired.
Yeah, but his stats the year before he retired, he had 67 catches and 8 touchdowns with the Lions.
Okay, also, here you go. Yeah, you know why this is different? He signed a 1-year deal for $2.75 million. And he didn't sign for the league minimum on a training camp tryout, basically, which feels like the equivalent of some of these deals. Where Darrington Evans signs for $10,000 guaranteed.
Right.
That's a training camp tryout, basically, is what it is. What about, for some reason, the name Dominic Rhodes keeps popping into my mind. That's a long time ago, though. Running back from the Colts. I think won the Super Bowl with them. Vince Young.
Vince Young's not a bad name. Yeah,
Vince Young.
I'm looking for, he signed, you had heard of him, and you thought, he'll never play. That might be Shenault. He might have a look at kick return, but...
I kind of felt this way about Claypool the whole time.
Yes.
I couldn't believe how far it went with Claypool. I'm not saying I wasn't intrigued a little, but I never thought he was going to matter at all. I couldn't believe how far that went. And that would be Shenault for me, too. Like, I don't think he'll play. I would bet right now he doesn't play a single snap for the Bills this season.
Practice squad in case Codrington gets hurt?
Sure, maybe. Oh, what about Tavon Austin for this?
That's a good one.
Tavon Austin?
Did
he make the team, though?
Oh.
It's if we don't know, then it might as well be the same thing.
This right. is always...
Even if he was on the practice squad, who cares?
It's almost always fast receiver, right? He's the Tavon Austin of KJ Hamlers. He's the Andy Isabella of...
Okay.
Like, it's always...
Another name popped into my mind that fits that description.
It's always this profile.
But it was playoffs. Kenny Stills.
But
that's playoff practice squad. That's not quite training camp.
Yeah.
Devonta Freeman also, that playoff, was on the team.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Well...
Claypool might be the number one, though. Because he looked like he should be amazing. He was big and muscular and
a couple
fast,
of good years.
And just, not an NFL player.
Well, let's talk Bills offseason for a moment. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550.
Ooh, Xavier Rhodes written in by somebody in the chat.
I don't even remember who that is.
Xavier Rhodes?
No.
You remember the Vikings Pro Bowl cornerback, Xavier Rhodes?
Okay.
That got to the Bills. Yeah. I think he made it into the year, though. So.
Yeah, now it's ringing a bell a little bit.
Xavier Rhodes.
Are they, finger quotes here, are they done?
Xavier Rhodes started a game for the Bills. So I think he might actually not. I don't think he qualifies then. You start a game. No, you're not it. 2 games for the Bills. 1 was a start. I'm sure it went great. Are they done?
Are they done?
Are they done at what? Receiver?
Are they done in free agency? Are they done until the draft?
I bet you won't see them sign another player to a multi-year deal. Or how about even...
I was going to say, I want to use multi-year because Bosa and Larry Ogunjobi are one-year deals.
Okay, I bet you won't see them pay a guy more than $2 million the rest of the way. Part of that might be Allen's cap hit only going down $3 million.
That is odd.
I don't really know how much room they might have left. They spent 12 on Bosa. They spent 12 on Palmer. These are all rough. Like, they're not exactly accurate because
8 on Ogunjobi.
Palmer's cap hit is lower because it's a multi-year deal. But right, 8 on Ogunjobi. They spent a little bit of money, and if they didn't save a lot from Allen, then I don't really know what else they could do, especially if it's only on a 1-year deal. 1-year deal, you kind of got to pay the guy right away, versus a 3-year deal, you might be able to spread it out. So I don't know what they would even have room left to do. And the only guy that's left that might command money that isn't the Hendrickson trade, and there was a report this morning that the price is ridiculous. Teams think the price the Bengals have on him is ridiculous. The only guy left is Asante Samuel Jr.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only guy that I feel like would cost anything. You know, let me say more than $2 million. Maybe there is one guy. It's going to be a corner.
Douglas, maybe.
Douglas at like 5.
Douglas if it's really cheap.
Or if it's funny that there's so many former Bills that are corner options right now. Whether it's Douglas or whether it's you go all the way back to Stephon Gilmore or Levi Wallace and Dane Jackson are both free agents right now. Like maybe they just decide we're just going to bring a guy back and not pay much, and we'll combine him with a rookie guy that knows the system. Gilmore might not be that, but the other 3 would knows the system. We'll combine him with a rookie, and if you do that, if they sign Douglas back, that'll be a couple million, but that's the most I could see them paying for anything. The only thing left is a quarterback on the market that would cost a lot of money. I think
quarterbacks are getting paid. Backup quarterbacks are getting paid.
Yeah.
Eric Gregg, by the way, not Forrest Gregg. Forrest Gregg's a former head coach of the Bengals and a former Packer. Eric Gregg is the umpire. Thank you to the person on Twitter that corrected me there. My brain.
Yeah.
So to that idea about another corner,
also Jair Alexander could be traded.
Wouldn't you start to put corner as number 1 on likelihood of position taken at 30th overall? If they're not moving up to grab a defensive tackle that falls too far. Corner is quickly emerging.
All right, I put you in charge of, I don't know if these are out yet. We're setting the betting lines on each team what the favorite is for them positionally in the first round. You're making corner the favorite?
For the Bills?
Yeah.
It's starting to, let's just say the line is moving. We would have said defensive tackle. I would no longer say defensive end is in that mix at number 1. They have enough bodies there.
I would say in the mix, but I wouldn't say it's their most likely.
It's behind corner. I mean,
it's definitely behind
with
corner.
Douglas not signed, and if you're going to get Benford under contract, which that's got to still happen, like Benford and a rookie would make sense. Ideally, I want to say not just right now in one season, but if I could span 5-6 seasons, what the Bills would probably like to do, and what any franchise might like to do, would be have a number one guy on a contract, have the second guy on a rookie deal. 5 years go by, that guy becomes your number one, he gets extended, you get a rookie right in there. Just a conveyor belt of your options. And that was supposed to be what happened with Elam, was it not? Trey White ages out just in time for Kaiir Elam to be the guy. He gets paid. Instead, it's Benford that's going to be that guy. And the overlap didn't come as quick as they maybe wanted it to. But I bet they pay Benford, and they draft a guy, and in 3 years, Benford is a tough decision on how old he is because, the league goes pretty fast. 3, 4, 5 years, he's done. And then your new guy is signed to an extension if you hit on that. And Elam...
Yeah.
Elam is such an interesting case. Like, what happened there? If he has success, if he's good, he had clashes with his position coach. That's been a not so subtly reported thing, that a change in position coach could have made a difference. They loved him at the combine. They loved his commitment. He went home with a playbook. There's so many things they loved about Elam, but it never got off the ground. And that's...
Yeah.
I guess it's hard to quantify, Joe, how much that would have set them back. But how much did that draft pick miss on Elam? How much did it set them back? Is it crazy to say it cost them a trip to the Super Bowl? Because let's say instead of completely missing on the pick, you hit it, really hit it. I know we don't like to say you're one player away, and quarterback is the only position that moves the spread, moves the needle that much. But if you could have just, instead of any one of these playoff years, instead of having that guy who was not a factor, he did have a couple of playoff interceptions, right? Whatever.
He's the only Bill under McDermott with multiple interceptions in the playoffs.
Okay, well, there you go. But how much did that set them back to miss that pick?
It is a good question.
It's
because
tough.
It's basically, if he's great, what happens? How does it go? Because Benford, I'm assuming, is still getting opportunities to play along the way. He still develops into the same player. I think that would be true. If you remember when they're rookies, Benford starts the season. But I think if I remember right, it's the Ram game that they opened the season with. And Elam and Benford are rotating. Like, it's a rotation between the two. But either way, I think would there have been enough snaps for both of them to show, okay, we're good. We're both good. You're going to put us in there. Trey White is still around at that point in time, but he's dealing with injuries, and we're not even sure what level of play he has left in the tank. So, yeah, it would be... They kind of found their way, though, to a pretty good duo. Pretty good, right? Like Douglas had half a year where he was maybe playing at an all-pro level, and then last year, okay is maybe the best I would give him, that he was okay last season. So, did it cost him a trip to the Super Bowl? I mean, you might have thought the AFC Championship would have gone better if he was a better player. The last game that he played.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think it set him back. It set him back, for sure. The other push and pull for me is, how do I quantify Benford being in that draft? Because Benford almost feels like it evens it out. That I've got a first-round value out of a player that I picked in the 6th round. If I had just traded spots and said, well, okay, my goal in that draft was basically I need another corner to be my next Tre'Davious White, to be my next number one corner. Okay, you achieved that.
Yep.
But, on the other hand, because I got that guy in the 6th, you feel like I should come out ahead then. I should have came out ahead. All Elam had to be was pretty good and be someone that was on the field as my number 2 corner, and I would have came out ahead in that. Elam, by the way, remember, training camp last year, all the buzz was he was awesome all of training camp.
He was impressive. But he had a good camp.
But there was no chance for him to play because he had 2 solid starters ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
And, you can play the what-if game all you want. But if Douglas isn't here last year, for instance, and Elam has an amazing training camp, and instead of playing 2 games all year, he plays all 17, Is he more confident going into that Chief game? Because it didn't seem like he had any confidence when he played in that football game. Right? He was wearing 3 years of "we don't trust you." He was 10 yards behind the guy, back, playing scared.
Yeah,
that was not supposed to be what he was, but it was like he was wearing, for 3 years, this team's been telling me they don't trust me. And now I'm out here in the biggest moment. Looked like he was playing scared the whole time. If he had played the whole season, maybe he's more aggressive, maybe he's get a better result. Or maybe he would have been terrible the whole time, and then that's really what would have happened.
Off to Dallas he goes. Best of luck to him. Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing you can never know. Looking at that draft class, the Elam draft class around him, of course, the Chiefs get Trent McDuffie, 2 picks ahead. They trade up and snag him, and he's been great.
Yep.
After that, I don't know what you would have wanted. I mean, the Bills could have gone offensive line with Tyler Linderbaum, but they had Mitch Morse at the time. You could have gone defensive end. That's where the Chiefs. Here's a point on this. Mm-hmm. Just in the span of 10 picks, the Chiefs got Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis, and the Bills got Kyer Elam.
Yeah,
and that's a gulf. I mean, it's pretty big.
That's huge.
Pretty big. Could the Bills have taken Karlaftis? We would have been mad. Like, come on, you need a corner. Yeah. And you just took Rousseau and Basham, and you signed Vaughn. There's no space for defensive end. But the rest of that draft around there, you've got Jermaine Johnson of the Jets.
I don't know how far he went after that, but you want to know the guy that I was sitting here on draft night wanting them to take at that pick was Christian Watson.
Yeah.
And, he has been fine. He's injured a lot, though.
All the time.
So that's not they could have had Christian Watson. But I remember that night wanting them to pick Watson. And he went, early second round?
Very early second round. Okay. He did. Yeah. Revisionist history, I know. Christian Watson went there. Early second round is Breece Hall, if you want that. They could have done that because they took James Cook later. Is that the same draft?
They could have. That is the same draft.
It is the same draft, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, anyway. The Chiefs took Sky Moore. The Bills took James Cook.
Is that the draft where the Chiefs hit on almost every pick though? 2020 is this 2022 you're looking at?
Yeah, Brian Cook is in there.
Trent McDuffie, great corner. George Karlaftis, great edge rusher. Sky Moore, nothing. Brian Cook, good starting safety, right?
Yep.
Behind that, Isaiah Pacheco in round 7. Jalen Watson in round 7. He's a good player for them.
Yes,
right?
he is. Very good.
Najee Johnson is the one that started for them last year and is not good. But they got 5 starters out of that draft class. That helps. When you get one draft class like that where you hit on a lot, that really fueled them these last 2 years.
Yep. I guess
they got a ton of contribution from one draft class.
So did the Bills in that draft class, just not Elam.
Just not in the first round.
Yeah, Cook, Bernard, Benford, Shakir.
Yep.
Good draft class for them, too. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. It's Friday. It's sunny, warming up Friday. We're still it's still one of those situations where it looks warmer than it is. It's 33 degrees right now.
Yeah. You know what happens yearly for me when the weather first gets nice is if I couldn't be down in the dumps already more than we are with the Sabres. When the weather gets nice, I get even more sad because of...
You think about Party the Plaza?
Party, yes. I think about partying the plaza, going to the arena in shorts,
Yeah, tomorrow.
Good weather and good weather plus caring about hockey at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I don't know, it feels different. It reminds you of the playoff runs. When these days first start popping up, I'm like, yeah, the playoff runs. And then you look at the standings and they're in last. And they've been in last for most of these years. Right? So.
They're in 30th place.
Crazy.
It is crazy that they are in 30th place. It's crazy.
It's insane. What are you going to do? 14 years. I just tweeted out the last intro to their last playoff game. Someone replied to us about the playoff format. Not only did they not make the playoffs in this playoff format, they did not make the playoffs in the whole existence of NBC Sports. And I tweeted out the last playoff intro, which was on Versus.
Yeah, long time ago.
That was the channel, Versus. The last time they were on. Tomorrow afternoon game, nice. I mean, maybe I'll just go to the arena in shorts.
I mean, afternoon games are always great. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Dog of the day? Vegas.
Vegas dog of the day. What is Vegas food?
Buffets.
They're known for buffets,
They
right?
put a buffet on a dog, a full buffet on every dog.
How about just a hot dog buffet? You come up as many times as you want. You buy for the buffet, toppings all over. Could you do something with golden? If you're theming it for the opponent?
You could. Golden onions and, I don't know.
Those aren't there like edible gold flakes you can buy and put on a hot dog? They'll just do something like that.
Are those the same gold flakes that are in Goldschlager?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what Goldschlager is?
No.
Oh, wow.
What is Goldschlager?
What is Goldschlager?
It sounds like a liquor.
It is.
Okay.
That has flakes of gold in it.
Okay.
And what is
it though? Is it
what does it taste like?
Is it a whiskey? Is it a
No, it's clear. It's clear with
clear.
Yeah, Goldschlager.
That would make sense because you'd want to see the gold flakes.
The gold
if
flakes.
that's your thing.
I mean,
I've never even heard of this.
Listen, it's been a while since I've had some Goldschlager. It's cinnamon, right? I think.
Cinnamon.
It's been a long time.
I'm looking it up right now. Goldschlager is a Swiss cinnamon schnapps.
Okay.
Liquor is very thin, yet visible flakes of 24-karat gold floating in it. The actual amount of gold has been measured at approximately 13 milligrams in a 1-liter bottle. Wait, it's real gold?
Yeah. There's gold flakes in the bottle.
Amounts to 75 cents on the international gold market. I'm drinking the gold?
I think so.
That feels like a waste.
Yeah, but 75 cents.
Every time I hear something like that about gold, I'm almost gold conscious how we're treating it, because I once heard the fact that there's only an Olympic swimming pool of gold in the entire world, which is why it's so valuable. That's it. All the gold in the world fills up one Olympic swimming pool. And I'm wasting it on this? Seems like a terrible idea.
That can't be how much gold there is in the world.
Look it up.
Look it up?
Look it up.
Where am I looking this up?
Google it.
Just
I'm telling you, it's probably something I haven't seen in like 5 years, but I once saw that there is only an Olympic swimming pool of gold in the entire world.
Hey, it's Friday. I'm Googling how much gold is there in the world. 244,000 metric tons have been discovered globally. Now that's weight.
That's weight. That seems.
Can you fit? Now we've moved to.
I'm going to just Google gold Olympic swimming pool.
I want you to do the math instead to find out if 244,000 metric tons could fit in the cubic area.
See, that seems like a lot of work.
Yeah.
That seems like way too much work. The total amount of gold ever mined would fit into roughly 3.5 Olympic swimming pools.
Okay, well, we got a different story now.
Still, though, 3.5 swimming pools?
That seems like not that much.
Right. And I'm putting it in what? I'm putting it in cinnamon schnapps?
You're drinking it. It's palatable. You can eat it. Go get some Goldschlager. You're going to the parade on Sunday?
Yeah.
Do bars still have Goldschlager? I don't even know the answer to that question.
I don't see it up there, but I'm not also staring at the bottles to see what they have. And they don't float though. Like, I mean, obviously when the bottle's just sitting there, they all just rest on the bottom. You have to shake it.
Yeah, it's like a snow globe. Yeah.
So I would never know there's gold in there just by it sitting there on the bar or sitting there in the display.
I guess that's true. But as soon as you pour it, you see it.
Okay.
And you get gold in your shot glass.
That's what I mean. I would never sit at a bar and go, "Oh, what's that thing over there with the? Is that gold floating in there?"
That's a good point. They need to install some sort of little motor in it that whirls them around to sell you the gold.
The next time I'm out, I'll ask. I bet you there's no chance any bar I'm going to is going to have it, though.
Oh, they definitely do. I'm going to say they have to.
Who's ordering it? Why would you order it?
I don't know. I feel like it used
Give
to
me some Goldschlager on ice. That's the usual. That's not someone's usual.
It's like Fireball. Same thing. Cinnamon schnapps. How did we get started on Goldschlager?
Golden Knights, because we're going to make it into the hot dog of the day somehow.
There you go. You know what? I'm proud of that in that case. If you're on hold, stick with us. 803-0550, open segment. Jeff, Luke, you want to hang on? We can chat. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. Yeah, dog of the day. Speaking of the dog of the day, got us on a conversation about gold flakes on a hot dog. But you can get a dog of the day with FanDuel Sportsbook, a profit boost token that offers you the chance to increase your odds, boost your odds when you're betting an underdog for the upcoming college basketball tournament games. Whether that's conference tournament or the big one, you can get a profit boost token, and that means better payouts for your underdog bet. FanDuel bringing you the dog of the day profit boost token, and one of the best parts of the tournament is the uncertainty, the tumultuous nature, the upsets. So snag an upset pick and boost it with that profit boost token. The app is easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/white to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost, because after all, anything can happen in March. 21 plus and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Free agency in the NFL rolls along, and the Bills are bringing in a wide receiver, more of a returner, Laviska Shenault, who only has 5 catches last 2 years, but a couple of big returns. Touchdown for the Seahawks last year doing that. So Shenault to the Bills on a 1-year deal. See if he makes the team in the summer. And Joey Bosa got introduced to the media yesterday, as they're doing with a bunch of free agents. All that's found on our website, WGR550.com. We learned about the Josh Allen contract more yesterday, and that the cap hit for Allen only went down about $3 million after getting a new deal from the Bills. It still was over 40. Elsewhere around the NFL, Cooper Kupp appears to be picking between the Cowboys and the Seahawks for his next team. Roughly $12 million is the report for what he's going to get. To college basketball, St. Bonaventure beats Duquesne 64-59 in the first round of the A-10 tournament. They were down 13 in the second half, rallied to win. Today they play top seed VCU at 11:30. Sabres in action tomorrow at 12:30 against the Golden Knights. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Check out the 2025 Kia K4 Sedan, the finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Diving for it, Monk. Corey thought about 3. He'll put up a 3. There it is! Number 4,000! A shot for the ages from a player for the ages.
Kevin Harlan, the great Kevin Harlan, on the call of Steph Curry's 4,000 three-pointer.
Kevin Harlan is so good.
He is very good.
He's doing college basketball during the tournament, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He usually does? Sweet.
Yep.
Those will be the best calls of the tournament.
Kevin Harlan is great. No Nance this year, right? Wasn't last year Jim Nance's last year, so I bet you get Harlan on the championship game. He's probably stepping into the number 1 spot.
Beautiful.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy, beautiful weekend on the way. Sabres and Golden Knights tomorrow. Bills free agency continues. You want to offer a thought on Laviska Shenault or anything you heard yesterday? We'll also hear from a few more and the new Bills players coming up today, so we'll have that covered for you. And anything else? We got talking about Goldschlager last segment, and we have a new development in the Paul Bissonnette said Rasmus Dahlin gave the Sabres an ultimatum story. There's a new development in that. But we'll get a call in first. Jeff in Buffalo's been waiting. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good.
Speaking of that situation, I mean, to me, the most glaring things wrong with the organization for the last dozen years is they've had terrible goaltending, and they've been the softest team in the league. And I don't think Pegula knows what to do. Maybe he that's the kind of team he wants, all skill and no toughness, but, man, how's that working out for you? I mean, the organization has been unwilling or unable for a dozen years to identify a top goaltender. They seem to want to just skimp in that area. And, I mean, UPL was good last year, but, man, he's been a train wreck this year. Awful. And so we don't have a McDavid to overcome it. You have to – I mean, Brian Miller retired 15 years ago. It's not a coincidence we haven't made the playoffs. You got to find a goaltender by hook or by crook, and they just seem to be lacking. And then the toughness thing confuses me too, because even if you have a fighter on your team to protect your skilled players, there's hardly any fighting in the game anymore. So, like, what's the hesitation to get an enforcer to protect your skilled players? And I think Dahlin is like, hey, man, we're taking a beating. Like, get us some help. And Pegula comes down from Mount Olympus in the middle of their losing streak, and he says, I'm going to do nothing. I mean, that's basically what he told them. I'm going to do nothing. There's going to be no change. And I think that's the exact opposite of what they wanted to hear. It was a major buzzkill for those players. So, man, I don't know. They have to address those two things going forward if they want to change their fortunes, in my opinion.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. The goaltending point is right. I mean,
the goaltending point is right.
Definitely right. I saw you tweeting about Linus Ullmark last night, who made a save of the year candidate save diving across the crease, like an outfielder or like a shortstop getting a ball in the hole.
And he's the biggest difference from recent years to this year for why Ottawa's going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like he has stabilized their net. And he's on the final year of that contract that he signed with in Boston. And I was out here saying that year, the Sabres were, I looked it up yesterday, what was the situation? Because I remember wanting them to give Ullmark that contract. They might not have been able to, though, right? 4 years, $5 million per year. He probably goes to Boston even if they had matched that. But at the time that he signed it, the Sabres were $16 million below the cap floor. $16 million below the floor, not the ceiling. Who cares if you gave him 8 or 9? Just whatever. Like, you gave that money to Ben Bishop instead. And had you signed Ullmark, if you overpaid him to get him to stay, if you were even, able to do that, maybe he wouldn't have come for any number. But if you were able to overpay him to stay, the drought would be over. They would have made the playoffs.
Yeah. I saw, obviously, we all know the Sabres players that have left. There are some high-profile ones, some lower-profile ones. Even Robin Lehner left and had great success.
He won the William Jennings Trophy, and deep playoff runs.
You could sit here and say team toughness, and I don't think anybody would disagree too much on that. That they don't play a really tough style. They have some skill, and they don't really put it together. But it kind of occurred to me, every single day. But also sometimes you just think about it in a new set of words. How could any team expect to be good watching as many good players leave as this team watches good players leave, whether they are leaving of their own volition or shipped out of town?
Mm-hmm.
Look at how the number of players that have been good.
You could fill a lineup.
Yes, you could fill teams, good teams. Why are they bad? Well, it's almost like they're a college program where guys get good and then graduate away. The number of good players that have left is staggering. Ullmark making that save, Ullmark leading Ottawa to a playoff position.
Won the Vezina Trophy.
A good player. They let a good player just leave. And you just can't expect to let all these good players leave and be good. Especially when you're an operation that has trouble getting players. So, thanks for the phone call. 803-0550.
It is still the one thing they haven't tried, though. Like, he's talking about goaltending.
Big goalie?
They have not gone after a well-established starting caliber goalie. And you want to make a big swing, you want to change out part of the core, then, all right, go sign Aiden Hill this offseason. Vegas hasn't signed him. He's available. He's had 3 great seasons in a row, took him to the Cup. You want to go overpay him? There's your goalie.
But hasn't Luukkonen made it so you can't do that now?
Trade him.
And you certainly can't sign Hill if you're also still keeping hope alive for Levi.
So you got to trade Luukkonen then. That's your shakeup. Go trade him for whatever you want. You can get.
Is somebody going to give you anything for Luukkonen?
He's still only 26.
He's $5 million a year, and is.
Yeah, I mean, you might not be able to find a suitor, but.
Yeah, I don't know. So anyway, the Dahlin story.
So Elliot Friedman, 32 Thoughts this morning, dropped about an hour ago. And I haven't been able to listen to the whole thing yet. I saw a tweet that he spent about 10 minutes on the Sabres in the episode. The title of his episode this morning is All Good in Buffalo. I've only listened to the first 8 seconds of the podcast, but it's that teaser for what he gets to later. And in that 8-second teaser to start the show, Friedman talking about Paul Bissonnette and Dahlin, like what happened this week, Friedman says, it was partially my fault. I don't want to get into it more than that, but it was partially my fault. Which sounds to me like he's the one who told Paul Bissonnette something about Rasmus Dahlin.
That there was a meeting.
Yeah.
And that Dahlin...
But Friedman never reported anything. Bissonnette said it. So what's the thing that you're on the hook for? Is it just that it shouldn't have been out there and you should have told Bissonnette not to say anything? Or is it that the wording got mixed up or changed a little bit, so one way or another? But either way, Friedman said this morning that it was partially his fault. So, take that for what it's worth. What could that mean? I mean, that could mean a lot of things.
Yeah.
But what it definitely means that Bissonnette didn't make it up.
No, it means he was led to believe that. And maybe the telephone game got away from everybody.
Right.
All right.
So that's the update. Came from Friedman. I think I want to run with it, came from Friedman. Whatever it was, it came from Friedman.
Other NHL news, Ovechkin goal drought?
He's piling up assists, though, isn't he?
He hasn't scored in 2 games?
Yeah.
He had 3 assists the other night. How many games without a goal would he have to go for people to start to worry? 60?
Did you say goal drought? He's gone 2 games without
I
a
said
goal.
2 games.
Oh, okay, you did say 2 games?
It's a goal drought. It's his longest drought this month.
Yeah.
He hasn't gone 2 goal. He's only gone 2 goals without a game since January, maybe twice.
Yeah, well, let's
3
see.
times.
He needs
Okay.
9 to break the record. And Washington, at this point, has played... How many games? They've played 66 games. So he's got 16 games to go. If we get to 10... No, less than that even. If we get to 12 games and he's still at 9, I think we're going to start thinking he's not breaking it
Next year, yeah.
That it's going to be next year. Yeah. It wouldn't even be impossible. He could do 9 and 12. He's probably done that this year. But, yeah, if you start getting into single-digit games and he still needs 6, 7 goals, I'm going to bet that he's going to be off till next year, which he'll just break it at the beginning of the year, which I've said I actually think the NHL should prefer.
Next year.
You get control over the schedule. Mm-hmm. If he's 1 away or 2 away.
Homestand.
You homestand at the beginning of the year. You could even pick your opponents. If you want him to do it against Pittsburgh, you get the moment with him and Crosby shaking hands. You want to pick somebody else for that. You can control the situation.
Which means the NHL will send the Capitals to Brazil, right?
Someone tweeted that when I mentioned this the other day, that you're talking about them opening the season, opening night, big standalone game against the Penguins at home, and they're going to be at the Kraken on a Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Spring has sprung. I'm just waiting for that temperature to get above 40. 34. Okay. The temperature is going to
double.
It's
going to double today.
It's not the phrase you often use for the temperature, but it's going to double. High of 68. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwall Eye Care. They're online at atwalleye.com. There's still time today to grab lunch at Ilio DiPaolo's. You can register at atwalleye.com for their cataract lunch and learn. So if you are finding that your eyes are aging, you can tell. You're noticing differences, changes in your vision while driving in bright light or at night. Your vision may be suffering from cataracts, natural part of the aging process. So get to Atwall Eye Care. They've got you covered. Customized cataract surgery options that fit your lifestyle. Your chance to get the answers that you need. Register at atwalleye.com for today's event. It's going to be today at 12 noon at Ilio DiPaolo's. You can meet Dr. A.J. Gerongal, ask your questions, find out how cataract surgery can help you see the 716 more clearly. That's today at 12 noon, a cataract lunch and learn at Ilio DiPaolo's. Register at atwalleye.com. Atwall Eye Care, official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills, and the eye care I trust for my family.
All right, some instant trivia here on the Bills. All right, related to Kyer Elam being gone. I mentioned this earlier. He is. I think you should do pretty well at this.
His draft picks to play the fewest games.
No.
Okay.
This is Kyer Elam is the only Bill under Sean McDermott with multiple interceptions in the playoffs.
Okay.
Who are the other 5 Bills with playoff interceptions?
Under Sean McDermott. Okay, Micah Hyde.
Micah Hyde against New England.
Taylor Rapp.
I was wondering if you'd get that one right away. Last year.
Yes.
Against Lamar Jackson.
Yes. Playoff interceptions for the Bills. Taron Johnson,
of course. The pick 6.
Yeah. 2 more, huh?
2 more that I doubt you'll remember the plays. So you probably have to think just of defensive backs at that point. By the way, Elam's came against Skylar Thompson in Miami. They were down at that point. They were down 24-20, and then won against Mason Rudolph. They were up 14-0.
Okay. That was in the end zone.
In the end zone, right. Right, so I guess Pittsburgh was about to make it 14-7.
Maybe.
They could have.
2 more interceptions for Bills defenders under McDermott.
I can give you the games.
Okay.
There was another one against New England, and there was another one against Skylar Thompson and the Dolphins.
Levi Wallace.
Levi Wallace is correct against New England. Do you remember it?
No.
It's like a tip ball. I think it started the second half.
Okay.
The game is over at that point.
And then one against Skylar Thompson. Trey White?
Nope.
No, he would have been hurt that year.
This is the toughest name by far on this list.
Dean Marlowe.
That was the hint.
All right.
It was needed.
Is it right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, good.
He got it against Thompson.
All right.
Elam, the only one with 2, though.
Good trivia. 2 postseason interceptions.
Yeah. Both at pretty big moments.
Mm-hmm.
They were trailing the Dolphins in the third quarter. 7 minutes to go. Bills are down 24-20. Have the Dolphins rattled off like 20 straight points at that point? And he picks it off on the Miami 33. So Thompson on his own 8-yard line. Elam picks it off at the 33. Sets the Bills up with only 33 to go. So, yeah, 2 big picks.
How many days till the draft? 6 weeks, roughly?
What's the draft date even?
It is April 24th is the first round.
Okay. We have 41 days until the NFL draft. 41 days.
Okay. That's not that many.
No.
We're getting to draft season. Free agency is not exactly come and gone, but there's still a lot of big names out there. Names. Not,
yeah.
I mean, Keenan Allen, Diggs, if you want to conclude Rasul Douglas.
Yeah, Diggs is still
Cooper Kupp. Yeah, there's big names.
Schefter says the Cowboys are not the likely landing spot for Kupp, by the way. The Cowboys are really the Bengals.
Man, they don't spend.
What is different? They're the Bengals with a good PR agent. They don't spend money. They wait until the very end to pay their own players, so that kind of ruins their cap, right? Prescott's got the biggest cap hit in the league this year because they waited so long to pay him. They're waiting till the last second to pay Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically the Bengals. They haven't paid a free agent more than $6 million in 10 years.
There's another team I mentioned very quickly. Saw Mike Giardi yesterday, covers the Patriots, tweeting about the Patriots. The report was that Cooper Kupp wants insane money. That's what Giardi wrote.
Cooper Kupp wants
insane money, and I thought, interesting.
Does that mean, though, just from New England?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I thought. He wants to maybe stay out west, doesn't want to go to New England. And listen, New England just spent a lot of money in free agency, and I think Vrabel can turn that thing around, and I think Drake May is pretty darn good. If I'm a New England fan, shocker, this is just right me down to my DNA, they should draft a receiver. They should draft Travis Hunter, if they can. They need to get somebody for Drake May that is going to be undeniably awesome. Their receivers right now are Demario Douglas, Keyshawn Boutte, Kendrick Bourne, Mac Hollins, Jalen Polk, Javon Baker.
Man. Well, they're constantly trying.
They're trying.
They offered Godwin like $20 million more than Tampa did.
That's Godwin, and reportedly they're in on Cup, but Cup, it's an insane amount of money.
Yeah,
like they're having to go. They're a little bit, even though they have Vrabel and May right now, which I think again are two really nice pieces. New England is, and you love to see it. Is New England not a little bit of football Siberia right now?
Yeah, they are. But isn't that a little surprising? Didn't the quarterback do well enough that they should start breaking from that?
I think he needs a full year of it. He needs a year of it and a 9-8 season to do that as a full-time starter.
Yeah,
he showed highlights. I think he was undeniably impressive
because he was better than Allen as a rookie. And after Allen's rookie year, the Bills managed to get their hands on John Brown and Cole Beasley, who are not superstars, but they probably that's the level of receiver New England is right now trying to get, and they can't do it.
Right,
Kupp at this point versus Beasley at the time, like I don't know.
I mean, Kupp. Warren Sharp had some numbers on Kupp. Like Kupp's open score has been dropping like a rock. It's just not that good right now. So, buyer beware on Cooper Kupp. New England wants to buy, and they can't get anybody to jump in.
Are they going to do Cooper Diggs if they don't get Kupp?
I mean, Diggs might be a good answer for them. He really might.
Would Diggs go there though?
It's a great question.
For all these guys, that might be a question. Like,
right.
If you're Diggs, why would you do it? You're kind of at the end. You probably want to go to a contender. You probably don't want to go play in the cold again if you can manage it. Like Dallas is always open. Is always the.
Would Amari Cooper go to New England? I don't know. Would Keenan Allen go to New England? Offensively, it is football Siberia.
Right.
I do think Vrabel and May can turn it around. I think they're the biggest threat to the Bills in the near future. Not like this year, but they need a receiver and they got to draft one early. I don't know if it's Ted McMillan and 4. It seems kind of high for him. Really high for him, for my opinion. 803-0550. Golf this weekend. Maybe you're going to hit the course, maybe hit the driving range, whatever. The Golf Expo. There's a Golf Expo coming up this weekend, and we'll get you some information on that. Brian Smith of the Golf Expo, golfbuffalo.com, joins us when we get back to kind of get you ready. Drink a beer, hit some golf balls, get ready for the good season. Not the elite season, the good season. Spring usually stinks, but whatever. I'm feeling good about it today. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're thinking about that next pre-owned vehicle or the next vehicle, first off, think pre-owned. Save yourself thousands, tens of thousands of dollars by buying a certified pre-owned vehicle. A lot of the vehicles Marty sells pre-owned still have factory warranties. I got a vehicle, our last car we got. Our family expanding, we needed a different car. We got a vehicle still on a factory warranty because, peace of mind on the factory warranty. Then you buy a warranty on past that from Riverfront, and you're in great shape. And you're just saving tens of thousands of dollars for a vehicle that's going to last a long time. They've been around for 45 years, so the depreciation when you drive a brand new car off the lot, let somebody else take that, and you reap the benefits by going the pre-owned route. Riverfront Auto Sales this month also offering you the opportunity to double your tax refund up to $2,000. $500 gets you $1,000. $1,000 is $2,000 towards any vehicle on the lot. Visit riverfrontautosales.com. Go to 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. Call them at 886-1626. Get going with Riverfront and get your next vehicle from the Pecoraro family. 886-1626 for Riverfront Auto Sales.
Bills free agency rolls into Friday. They signed Laviska Shenault reportedly yesterday, former second-round wide receiver and returner in the last couple of years. Only 5 catches, more returns than catches for Seattle last season. He signs a 1-year deal. Joey Bosa was introduced to the media yesterday, as was Josh Palmer. You can find both of those on our website, WGR550.com. Sabres are in action tomorrow, 12:30, against the Vegas Golden Knights. Jack Eichel returning for the first time since he scored a hat-trick in his second return to Buffalo. That's tomorrow. Pregame will start at 11:30 here on WGR. In college hoops, St. Bonaventure roars back down 13 in the second half to Duquesne in their first A-10 tournament game. They beat them 64-59, setting up a meeting with top seed VCU today at 11:30. Duke squeaks past Georgia Tech, meanwhile, in the ACC tournament, but they lose star Cooper Flagg to an ankle injury. Not known the severity of that just yet. Players' Championship already rolling into round number 2 of the players coming into the day. 6 under was the lead. J.J. Spawn has birdied 2 of his first 4. He is now the leader at 8 under par. Rory McIlroy has a birdie. He's 2 back in second place. And Scotty Scheffler, also 1 under through 2, is 4 back at 4 under. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Tell me Sawgrass doesn't look every bit as good as Augusta. I mean, I know it doesn't have Augusta, but
it does look as good.
Come on, it's incredible.
I think the water makes it.
Yes.
Look, the stripes down the fairway, just everything. It's always perfect weather.
Yeah, and
always perfect weather.
It's got tall trees, like it's
the Island Green, like Amen Corner, and there are beautiful holes at Augusta, of course, but the Island Green is the most beautiful hole between the two courses. It's probably number 1 in the world, isn't it?
Nah, maybe.
What about the cliff hole at Pebble?
There's a lot of really beautiful holes. I don't know.
It's up there.
I just think that the conditions there at Sawgrass, I mean, I know, I'm not saying it is Augusta. I've never been to Augusta, and Augusta's otherworldly, but just like, man, you can't beat Sawgrass. It's beautiful. Some golf talk as we go to the Western Hotline. Brian Smith joining us to tell us some details. Tell all of you out there some details also on the Golf Buffalo Expo, which is coming up this weekend. So the Golf Buffalo Expo will be Sunday at Riverworks, and joining us Saturday March 15th at Riverworks, and joining us on the Western Hotline is Brian Smith. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
So tomorrow at Riverworks, let us know what's going on. It's golf season. We've got a lot of us have the itch to get out, to swing, to walk a course, to watch golf, whatever it is. It's a great time of year.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got it's 3 to 6 tomorrow at Riverworks, the second annual Golf Buffalo Expo. It's a great event where really we bring together a number of golf vendors, local businesses. And then we have tastings for beer and spirits. We'll have the players on the big screen over at Riverworks. We're on the mezzanine level upstairs, so I have a great view right at that big screen there. And then there's also a cash bar that has a bunch of TVs over there too. So we had a great time doing the event last year. We're trying to grow it a little bit this year, and really excited. But it's a perfect event, and it's the perfect time of year for when you're getting that itch to golf. So we're looking forward to it.
Temps in the 60s all weekend, so that's great. You mentioned beer tastings and all that, and Players' Championship watch party as well.
You got it. And the leaderboard's looking very interesting.
Very good.
Moving day should be a lot of fun, especially, I mean, there's some high-octane guys up at the top of the leaderboard too, but it'll be interesting to see if anyone can make a move. And we had a lot of fun watching. Last year, we ended up having it on Sunday because it was on St. Patrick's Day. So we were all together when Wyndham's putt lipped out. It was a really cool experience for everyone to kind of be there and watch together. So looking forward to watching again tomorrow with a bunch of golf enthusiasts in Western New York.
And checking out local vendors, of course, as you mentioned. So when you're walking around, what do you kind of like food expos or whatnot? You get tastings. What do you expect when you're walking through and by all the different stands?
Well, the star of the show is definitely the local businesses that are making, and have apparel for the golf season. So, you'll see booths with polos and hats. We've got some local businesses that make putters and golf balls, and that's really the star of the show. And you'd be surprised. We started Golf Buffalo 5 years ago, and there were more than I would have thought then, and it's only grown. There's a bunch of awesome people and businesses that are doing great stuff in Western New York. So that's definitely the star of the show. But the tastings are a lot of fun. Obviously, we've got a great lineup. Everything's been curated by Tap and Craft, which does a number of drink events around Western New York. So you get to try some new things. You've got Aurora Brewing there, which maybe not a lot of people have been to because it's from a little bit outside of Buffalo. But we've got them and a bunch of other ones. We'll have probably, I think it's 11 different tables with tastings from different breweries and brands and spirits. So it'll be a great time.
So to get tickets to attend for tomorrow, what do you do?
So you can either go to golf-buffalo.com, or if you search the Golf Buffalo Expo on Eventbrite, it's there as well. And we will have some limited tickets available right at Riverworks. But we definitely recommend buying them online because it will definitely approach a sellout by tomorrow.
And you guys have been going since 2019, you said?
We have the Expo. This is only its second year, but for us, we started in 2019.
Nice, very nice.
Riverworks work as a venue perfectly with the weather being tomorrow, right? Like I don't know for sure, but I know when the weather gets nice, they like to open the doors up.
Yeah, exactly. It offers a lot of opportunities, and if the weather's nice enough, golf in the morning. Come to the Expo and watch the players in the afternoon.
All right. Brian Smith of Golf Buffalo, the Golf Buffalo Expo. Tomorrow, Riverworks, 3 to 6. And you can go to golf-buffalo.com to snag tickets. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
Festival season, Joe. It's another part of this time of year. We're getting there. St. Patrick's Day, festival season.
Mm-hmm. Music. I need to do some music festivals this year. I've never been to one. At all.
Like which one?
Any.
Borderlands?
That I'm doing that this year. 1,000%. I wanted to do it last year. I forgot why. There's something came up, and everybody that went was like, and it's an amazing time. So
it's fun.
I got to at least do that this year, if not something else on top of it.
Yeah, we went to Borderlands. Have a good time at that one.
Knox Farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. It's a good time. 803-0550. Watching Sawgrass right now, round 2. Did you see the dust up about Colin Morikawa? Rocco Media.
Dust up?
Yeah, dust up. He lost last week.
Morikawa.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
And he left. He left the Bay Hill Invitational.
What do you mean?
Just like Rory. When Rory lost and Rory
peeled out of the parking lot,
left.
Okay.
I don't want to talk to anybody. I'm upset.
Okay.
So Rocco Mediate, former pro golfer. I want to say performer, right?
Best known for coming in second place to Tiger.
Yes.
The only thing I know him for.
Definitely what he's best known for. He played an 18-hole playoff in a U.S. Open against him.
The playoff was 18 holes?
Yeah, the U.S. Open.
What?
The U.S. Open playoff.
Oh, it used to be.
It used to be 18 holes on Monday.
Insane.
Yes, that's not the case anymore.
Wow, that's insane. Yeah, that is Tiger's last major before the Masters. So, right, like the story that might be the major I know the most about Tiger for, because it was his last one for a while. He destroyed his knee, right, during the middle of it, and then made that 20-foot putt to tie at the end.
So
Mediate lost that.
Rocco Mediate. He won on the PGA Champions Tour last year. He said about Morikawa leaving and not talking with the media.
Yeah.
Ready for that? This is like the hottest take you'll ever hear on golf ever. Here we go.
Okay.
Strap in. I shouldn't say hot take. He's fired up. Biggest bunch of horse bleep you could ever say, period. That's the dumbest, most selfish garbage you could ever say. Mr. Palmer would have hunted him down. Because Arnold Palmer's tournament. Trust me on that one, because he told me one thing. Mr. Palmer told me one thing that stuck with me. He said, you know what, Rock? It's real easy to go in and talk to somebody when you won or when you've played well. But can you do it when you don't? That's the key. Obviously, he can't, okay? So stop talking to me about, I don't want to talk to anybody. Your job's to tell people what happened. I don't give a bleep about your workout in the morning and all that other crap. Tell me what happened. You lost? You lost. You got beat? That's what happens. Guess what? Golf's hard. It's Rocco Mediate on Morikawa, who did not talk after the Bay Hill.
It's the hottest golf take I feel like I've ever heard.
It's fiery. I don't know if it's a hot take. It's just...
He's just fired up.
Mm-hmm. Brandel Chambly said it was disrespectful that he left, that Morikawa left? He pulled the Rory?
I mean...
Now, Morikawa said, his answer is, what you would expect. I'm mad. I don't talk to you guys. I don't talk to anybody. I'll talk to you the next day. I'll tell you what happened. But I want to get out of there. I'm mad. I lost a golf tournament.
Yeah.
And this is true of you want to do this with golfers. You want to do this with football players. We go through this a lot. Like, oh, wow, Diggs left without talking to anybody. You should face the music when your team loses a game, blah, blah, blah. That happens a lot. Yeah. I think it's a good debate. I think people can fall on either side. I never really care. Rocco Media says it's your job to talk to people. I don't agree. I don't think your job is to talk to people. I think your job is to play golf. And if you don't want to talk to people and you want to issue a statement on Instagram 6 hours later, go for it.
Do it on your own time.
Yep. I mean,
do it so that you don't say anything.
I don't think it's the best thing to do, and people will get mad at you, but you have the right to do that. People have the right to get mad at you for that, and you have the right to not do it. There you go. Colin Morikawa. He got everyone mad. He's playing today's 2 under.
I'm trying to figure out if there's any connection point to how mad he is about this to the guy who finished in second when his biggest accomplishment is maybe finishing second to Tiger.
I don't know that that's his biggest accomplishment. It might be what he's best known for.
But it's what he's remembered for, at least. So again, is that why he's so?
I mean, he had 6 PGA Tour
emotional
wins.
About it.
Yeah.
Did he?
He had six wins on the tour. But yeah, that was his shining moment.
Yeah, no, I would, man. If I were a coach in football, I would want to tell a player, man, if you're hot after the game and you feel like there's a chance you say something that you're going to regret, skip it. Well, go home, say it on your own time, deal with it. That's facing the music too. You're going to get criticized if you don't say anything. You're facing the music.
Right. And built into all that, a football coach, if he doesn't want to talk to media, what do they do? He's disappointed. Did next week going to have to go watch tape.
Right.
It is not
cliches.
Yes. It is,
but
PR.
More often, those are adult men in their 40s and 50s who have gone through a life experience versus some of these. Did you see the clip of the Kansas State kid the other day who was bawling his eyes out in front of the media because of how the season ended and what he did wrong over the year? And the guy just you feel bad for him, but it's almost like, dude, you shouldn't have to spill your guts in front of everybody like that. It just kind of happened, I think, in the moment, but. That's an 18-year-old kid. He shouldn't be held to the same standard as a 50-year-old coach, is all I'm saying. Or in football, same thing. A 23-year-old versus a 50, 60-year-old coach. It's why, there is a different standard. It's why the coaches have to speak after every game, and a lot of times the players won't.
803-0550. David and Wilson is on for some James Cook chatter. Hey, David, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Morning.
Just calling in because I think that we should trade James Cook, because I just don't see us paying anything more than $10 million for him, and it's better to get some value back instead of waiting for possibly a compensatory pick for him, And I think we could either address it in a draft with this being a deep running back class coming out this year, or even give ourselves a 1-year proven vet like Nick Chubb, and then trade him either for a cornerback or a draft pick, get something for him. So I just don't see us fiscally being able to afford him in the long run. I don't know. I feel like rookie running backs are usually kind of the prime of their career. Usually that second deal, you kind of start to see it taper off towards the end. So I just don't think it makes sense to kind of resign him, even though as good as he is, but the fact he's not an all down back and he wants that much money, I just don't see it being a good move.
Thanks, David. My first question is to say, I can't imagine. And this might be on me, the compensatory pick formula, what are the chances you're going to get more than what the compensatory pick would be?
No, probably. You probably don't. You probably wouldn't, right? What would you expect to get? You're shopping them right now. You're going to call the Raiders. You're going to call the Cowboys. I'm going to try to call the GMs. I feel like I can get one over on. Right. Dallas. What are they going to give me? Am I going to get a third out of them?
I don't think so.
Am I going to get a fourth? Then I'm already into...
For a guy that I am about to...
I'm already into about what the compensatory formula is, aren't I?
Yeah, and the value to Cook is he's on the roster, and he's good, and you don't have to pay him this year.
And
you call his bluff. I guess what you'd get to is once he takes the step of saying, I will miss games, then I will entertain the concept of trading him. He might just come to training camp mad, or OTAs, or minicamp. He might not come to the voluntary stuff. He might skip a minicamp. Whatever. He's on the team. He knows what's up. once the idea of missing actual games is brought up, which he has not, then I'll listen to, all right, anybody want to trade him? You want this guy? We're not going to extend him. We love him, but he's going to play this kind of game. We're not going to play that kind of game. We've given him permission to seek a trade, whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. He would be easy to trade on the cap because his number is going to be low right now, and he wants an extension. So if he gets to a point where he says, I will miss time, I will not play without a deal, you have a decision to make. You try and give him a new deal, or go ahead and see if somebody out there will give you that deal you want because we don't feel comfortable doing it right now. I don't like that.
There also is what they would do instead. If they start to feel in a couple of months that they don't think they're going to have him, then maybe they think it is more likely that he's going to want out, or we're going to have to move on him. What do we do instead? Because that's a part of this equation too. Is if they don't plan on keeping Cook, then or they can't come to terms on the money. He will not move off $15 million. He won't move off of it. Okay, well, we're not giving him $15 million. Maybe we would have been willing to do 10 or 11, but we're not doing 15. So now what do we do? And what are they going to do? Are they going to go draft a running back in the second or the third round? Are they going to go pay another running back $10 million? Like, to me, that's part of it is what would you do instead? Because if I'm just going to throw another asset at it over here, or I'm going to throw a decent contract that's not that much cheaper at it instead, that to me is very different than let's just roll with Ray Davis and Ty Johnson and a fifth-round rookie. Let me just go that direction. Wouldn't you think it's tough to see them not putting anything into running back, even if it's not James Cook? They'll do something.
Yeah. I heard Bulldog.
They'll go give Kenneth Walker $10 million. That might be too good a player.
I was going to say, why would you give somebody else 10?
J.K. Dobbins is the guy I used the other day. They'll go give J.K. Dobbins $7 million, and that's some investment in a guy.
I heard Bulldog and Show and Bulldog talking yesterday, and it sounds like you and Bulldog are flirting with, or at least curious of, drafting a running back, and I want to put you two in a room and bang your heads with cymbals. If they do that, I'm going to go nuts. There's no excuse for a running back anywhere.
Unless you're not keeping Cook.
No way. Not listening to it. One quick distinction. I had a buddy text me about, let's say Cook does say he wants to sit out.
Yeah.
What are the fines? Remember, I learned this last year. If it's a rookie contract, the fines can be waived. You pile up all those fines. Remember Le'Veon Bell was, look at all the money he's going to lose. That was not a rookie contract. I think it was last year. It might have been Brandon Ayuk. I'm going to miss time. If you're fined for missing training camp, if you're fined on your rookie deal, those fines can be rescinded or waived once a new deal is reached. So, in the case of Cook saying, I'll miss time, he would sure incur hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines. Part of the negotiation would be when the new deal is hit, you're going to waive those. So it is a little bit of a lever that the fines can be waived only on your rookie deal.
Yeah.
Fines for veteran contracts are mandatory, cannot be reduced, cannot be rescinded.
Okay.
Doesn't that give Cook a little bit?
A little bit.
I don't have to be afraid. Because when I get my new deal, you're going to waive those. And if you trade me, my new team is going to waive those. So I actually do not get fines for sitting out or threatening that.
Yeah. If they do draft a guy, is that going to give us an indication of what they're doing?
They're not going to draft a guy. Why are we doing this? You're killing me. They're not.
It's supposed to be a great class.
They're not going to draft a guy.
To me, I'm just telling you, I would much rather the Bills say, we're not paying James Cook. This is his final year with the team. This class is amazing. We're drafting a guy in round 4.
How about instead of
our future at running back, past James Cook, is going to be our 4th-round pick we just grabbed in a great class along with Ray Davis and Ty Johnson. That's our backfield going forward. We're not paying James Cook.
You don't have to pay James Cook. You just can't draft one. I mean, 4th round, I'll maybe let it slide. You have 3/5. Use a 5th-round pick.
Okay.
Fine. I'll listen
but if the class is that good, and that is where I'm at a running back, is if that is often good enough.
Isn't the class always good?
That is often good enough.
Isn't the point that the class
last year stunk?
I mean, was James Cook part of a good class?
That's the Breece Hall class.
Did last year stink, or did it only stink in actual fantasy football because there were no good landing spots?
No, it stunk because that's part of the reason all those teams went out and got veteran running backs because they knew the draft was about to be guys they couldn't trust to play. I mean, Trey Benson was what happened with Trey Benson? He was the top running back pick that was healthy, right? Brooks wasn't, and what happened? He got to Arizona and James Conner was clearly better, and they said, "Yeah, we should probably just pay James Conner." They had no inclination of passing the torch to Trey Benson in the future.
You're overlooking one key thing we got to earlier today. Mentioned in our stat of the day, brought to you by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. Remember our stat of the day. Laviska Shenault, one of only 2 receivers in combine history to be under 6'2" and over 225. The other guy is Antonio Gibson, who's now a running back. Think of Shenault like a running back. Here you go, Joe. Think of him like a running back. The Bills love this.
Yeah, I mean, we said it about Curtis Samuel all year. How many carries did he have last year?
That's a good question. Was it 10?
Did he have? Can you remember one of them?
No.
He had 5 carries for 14 yards. All that time we spent on, this guy could play in the backfield.
He's going to be in the backfield.
He might have caught some passes out of the backfield, but he had 5 carries for 14 yards.
Well, everybody caught passes out of the backfield in this offense.
That is true.
Think of him like a
I'm just trying to find my way to, I like James Cook. I think he's a good player, and I don't want to pay him. And what do I do if I'm not going to pay him? And how do I navigate that with the way he is navigating it himself?
You just draft another one next year. How's next year's class? Probably fine. It's almost always fine.
Well, if I'm trading him like David suggests, then I gotta draft a guy now.
That little wrinkle though about he can go ahead and he can sit and not worry about fines. He'll just waive them. Yeah. 803-0550, our number. We're going to check in on what's going on in the chat. We haven't done that in a couple of days. I've got highlights from the week.
Oh, the best of the week?
Best of the week in the bullpen in the YouTube chat. We'll get to that before we hand off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Jeremy and Joe on a sunny, warming. Is it 40 yet? Is it 40?
Yeah, it's kind of funny how it looks like it's
38.
60. We know it's going to be warm, and yet what is it?
It's 38. I'm getting there. Patience. Back on the other side here on WGR.
on. Come on. I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something. All right, we go to the bullpen, 9:30 on a Friday. We're ready to mail things in here, go outside in the sunshine. So what's going on in the YouTube chat? This is where you can constantly comment on the show. You can say things like, hey, you mispronounced that guy's name wrong. Or, what are you, crazy? And then, we follow up and say, like, what are you talking about? Anyway, you can do that at the YouTube chat. Good morning. So what's going on in the chat? Early in the week, I saved this in the chat for something to mention. The chat was at one point discussing that you bear a resemblance to Henry VIII.
Henry VIII, huh?
Yes.
Which I've looked at Henry VIII and I kind of disagree, but all right, fine. What is Henry VIII known for? Do I want to be compared to
for sports takes? He had tons of takes. Sneaky Henry.
He must not have done something much as a leader, because it says he's best known for his 6 marriages and his efforts to have his first marriage annulled. I think that means you didn't do much.
Okay.
As a leader.
He apparently died from an injury that might have stemmed from a jousting incident.
Oh. Okay.
Anyway, what's going on in the chat? The chat is, among other things, talking about the tank, because we talked about the tank a little bit earlier today.
Yeah.
Portions of the chat, the bullpen, were blaming the media for the tank.
Oh, like the tank. Not like this.
No.
Not really tank.
The regular one.
Yeah. I was putting together, I'll probably get this after the show, get the numbers on it. The records of each Sabres general manager.
You're putting that
during
together?
the drought.
Okay.
Do you think people would be annoyed if I take out Murray's tank seasons?
No, you should take those out.
I was going to do asterisks on Murray's record and not have the 2 tank seasons, because he was trying to lose.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't count.
He was good at that.
The other guys finished last, but they weren't trying to finish last.
Right.
I think, right?
Right.
Yeah. This day in tank history, by the way, the Sabres lost 2-0 to the New York Rangers 10 years ago tonight. Anders Lindback, though, turning away 33 of 35. Sure, we were happy. Sabres didn't score a goal. 19 shots.
What else going on in the chat? I'll bring something to the chat. I think Ricky Fowler and another guy wore the same shirt yesterday. Or somebody wore it yesterday and somebody's wearing it today? Yeah, it's embarrassing. Should never happen.
Is he still a Puma guy?
I think so.
Okay, so another Puma guy maybe that's on the tour somewhere.
Also going on in the chat,
we missed out on Jason Day's fits for the week because he had to withdraw.
He pulled out. He was sick.
Yeah.
What else is going on in the chat?
People are talking about Frank Gore Jr.
as a running back idea.
Raheem Blackshear came up because he got released by Carolina. Yep.
It is running back the position people will turn on faster than anything? Like James Cook, what a year. I want a contract. See ya. The number of people that call and say don't pay Cook, it is, it's not surprising because we've lived in that spot for a long time on paying running backs. I guess I'm just surprised that there are so many that are so vocal about, get rid of him. Who cares? Not worried about it. He was a really important part of their offense. Does any other running back on the team score the 4th down touchdown he scored in Kansas City?
It's such a great play.
It's a great play.
It's such a great play. Probably very few. Probably very few. Does Barkley score on it? Maybe.
Maybe.
Does Ray Davis score on it? He's strong. He's a big guy. But, it's an incredible effort. It would have been a statue had they won the Super Bowl. But more so than that, again, you're comparing him to replacement level guys a lot too. More than that, the 4 40-plus yard touchdowns, Ray Davis. Is Ray Davis scoring on those plays? He's probably not. Maybe on one of them.
Probably not.
He did run away from guys against the Dolphins.
He did on a screen, kind of like a
because to me, that's who I'd want to compare him to.
Is Davis.
That is my current replacement level running back that I would expect if something happened to James Cook or if he said I'm sitting out games, who's getting the bulk of carries? It's going to be Davis, I think. You're not expanding Johnson's role above what it is, I don't think.
The chat also was surprised to find out you did not know what Goldschlager was.
No, I didn't know. That was surprising. This is like like a month ago, or was it longer?
Goldschlager.
There was something from Chicago that I'd never heard of.
Malort.
Yeah.
No.
I've learned about Malort and Goldschlager on this show.
Is much more readily available than Malort in these
You're
parts.
sure of that?
Yes, I'm very sure of that. I don't know how
because Malort tastes terrible, right?
Yes. I don't know anybody that's... There might be bars in the area that have Malort. I don't know.
I can't walk into a bar and go, give me a Malort on ice.
I don't think you can. And I also don't think you get it on ice.
Why?
I don't know. I think you just drink it straight, and it's supposed to taste like pencil shavings, right? As everybody says, it's terrible. I've never had Malort.
Okay.
Also, what's going on in the chat? You can join the chat anytime. Just watch us on YouTube and jump in the chat. I started thinking today, what are we going to do for training camp? Are we going to be on YouTube at camp with mobile cameras? Probably.
Yeah.
That'd be a good spot to get viewers so we sit down with guests and all that.
Yeah, I think you could see where the Bills walk by us in the background when they get to practice.
Yeah,
on their way through the crowd and everything.
I asked you a question on the way out the other day. Could you tell the difference between spring 50 and fall 50?
I think yes.
You could?
Yeah.
Without looking at the trees, you could just walk into a room.
Yeah.
There's two rooms. One is spring 50 and one is fall 50. You think you could tell the difference?
I think I could. I think I could even smell the difference. There's a crisp aspect to fall, I think, that would be noticeable.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. And I can't decide based on how wet my feet are, also probably either, because that's probably a pretty big difference between the two.
The chat wants to come to camp with us and be our sideline reporters, the bullpen. They're offering to attend camp with us.
What, be like the crowd in the background of College Game Day?
Oh, now we're on to something.
Now we're talking. We're going to become College Game Day for the Bills.
We give them signs.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what's going on in the chat.
Oh, signs in the background.
You can jump on at any time and make your comments and have your voice heard in this segment. Will Eichel get booed when he touches the puck on Saturday?
I wondered that.
Are we tired? Or
I think we're too tired. We're exhausted.
Will it be more of
No, there's not. The energy isn't there.
It won't be lusty boos. We'll just be like, boo.
He ended it. He
did?
scored. I think so. He scored a hat trick. He won that round, and then he won the cup. No, it's got to be over. I don't I'm not saying he won't get some boos, but what it was the last time and the first time was the whole building, every time he touched it, was getting after him. And that level of energy, to me, has got to be gone. There's no way it's going to be the same level.
What's the best thing that could happen? Not the Sabres.
The best thing that could happen?
The Sabres win 10-0. I don't know, the funniest, the biggest headline, because last time they were here, we joked about, will he point to a ring finger? But he didn't play, because last time they were here, he was sick.
Yeah.
Or he was getting back from an injury or whatever it was. So he has not played since he won the cup here.
Yeah. What if the fans chanted, "Sorry, Jack," during the game? We're sorry. You were right.
Nobody's going to do that.
No, not enough people would agree with that, probably.
I wouldn't say not enough people maybe agree with that. It's just, it's not a great chant.
We are sorry. No, that doesn't work?
No, I don't think it's... I also don't think it's...
I don't think there's anything left that could happen that would be funny.
I also don't think it applies, because the people that would be chanting "We are sorry" are not the people that are the most still, mad at him.
Right. You know what the funniest thing that would happen could be, in a very negative way, we hate our lives type of funny, would be if Eichel sets up, 3 Olofsson goals tomorrow. Right? That would be it.
Olofsson.
The Olofsson hat trick. Following the Eichel hat trick.
That's funny.
We're just going to go one after the other, former Sabres thriving in other places. That's it.
Yep. Well, yeah, right.
Because anything with Eichel, what? If he has a bad game and he gets dropped by somebody, okay, sure. He won the cup. That's the thing, is when you won round one and Tuck steals the puck from him and You score the empty netter, you beat him, and he got mad after the game and said what he said about the crowd never being that loud before. You felt like, oh, we got him. We're up 1-0. And then he scored a hat trick and won the cup. It's over. The game is over. So anything you could do to him now, I don't think would have the same satisfaction level. If you are somebody that is like, I hate that guy to my core still. I don't know. That would be me. I don't see anything that could happen.
One request, someone in the bullpen asked for a stadium update. I don't have a Bills stadium update. We're probably due for something soon. And the timeline of it all, I saw a picture, I think it's Matt Bove, maybe. Somebody down there tweeted from the stadium, the current stadium. It's 58 degrees when they're down there talking to the free agents. And the shot included the new stadium, which is, the exterior of that is going to be completed within months. At least the full...
Yeah, I think so.
The full canopy part of it. It looked like it was getting close there. I have a stadium update on the Bisons. The Bisons are announcing that they've got a brand new sound system designed to keep fans connected to the action no matter where they are. So if you leave your seat and go to the bathroom, you will hear the play-by-play of the game. Mm-hmm. Something that I do not think you get in every spot in the Bill Stadium, which would be nice. In the new stadium, I don't know if it's too late to put it in the current stadium, but the Bisons are announcing that.
Okay. Stadium news. You see what's happened with the Rays in the last couple days?
What are they going to do?
So the Tampa Bay Rays, the team announced that they will not move forward with the $1.3 billion stadium and redevelopment project in St. Petersburg, which was agreed to in principle before the hurricane.
Yeah.
And that hurricane might cause the Rays to move. Because before that hurricane happened, from what I read, is it was happening. Like, they were agreed, they were going through with it. And then the hurricane ripped the roof off their current stadium. And then the parties went back, and they wanted the money to repair the stadium while they're building the new one. And they couldn't agree on it. And now the deal fell apart. The hurricane that happened, was it Hurricane Milton? Which one was it?
I think so.
Might, in an indirect manner, cause the Rays to move. And they're talking they're talking about Vegas, maybe. No, not Vegas. That's the A's.
Montreal.
No, I'm trying to remember. Someone, there was a current sports owner that was talking about buying the Rays and moving them. I'll figure out who it was. But yeah, they might move.
Ooh, if they move, we get to talk about a new name. Isn't that fun? I get to tell you that I hate all the options of the new name. It's what
I don't know there's any name in the world that you would like.
That's what I do best.
Yeah.
You give me a name of a team, I'll tell you it stinks.
What's the last new team name that you liked?
The Valkyries.
Okay, WNBA.
Yeah, the Golden State Valkyries or whatever. Yeah, that was a good one.
Eddie DeBartolo, the 49ers.
So San Francisco baseball?
They already have baseball, right?
Well, the A's just moved. Or they're about to move.
Okay, right. Bring
baseball back to the Bay Area.
Bring the Rays to Oakland. Are they going to be called the A's, though, in Vegas?
I feel like they should hold the naming rights if they move to Oakland.
That should be true in all sports, but I don't think that's going to be true. I think they're going to be the Vegas A's.
What if...
So if they're the Vegas A's, then Oakland's going to need a new team.
I got the let's get stupidest of stupids. They'll just be the Vegas Rays, but they'll just say the R is silent. Could that work? All of our branding says R-A-Y-S. We're the A's. The R is silent.
A-Y, or it could be A-Y-E. No,
hey.
You're right. No, you're right. They could be the Oakland Bees.
I mean, this is all very fun, but...
Yeah.
Is it 60 yet?
When does baseball start, by the way?
Spring training's underway. I talked to Howard yesterday. I asked him, are you going to some baseball games while you're in Florida? The answer was, maybe I'll go see the Jays.
So, Bisons open up in 14 days.
14 days.
2 weeks? Okay. Howard didn't want to call us from the ballpark.
Bison's home opener, tradition unlike any other. A early day in April that's 27 degrees. Right?
People are dressed up like it's a Bills game.
Free idea for the Bisons. Love going to Bisons game. We go to a ton, and it's a lot of fun. The best promotion of the year should be the opener. Let's get 10,000 people here when there's the wispy snow globe flakes falling on opening day for a 2:05 start on March 30th. Best winter coat,
Yeah.
All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. The weather's getting warm.
Are the Bisons doing any alternate identity thing nights? I saw the Binghamton is going to be the Binghamton spicy meatballs for 3 games this year.
I think they are. I also saw they have a new throwback hat, which is the Buster sliding into the base.
Oh, is it upside down?
No.
No.
I'm sorry.
Missed opportunity.
It's vertical. No. You want that one instead?
Turn sideways. That's next.
Okay. Up and down.
Get in front of that fad because that's coming next.
Yeah. All right. We'll get a break in Extendo Sports coming up. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. R.I.P. John Feinstein, author, American sports writer, a lot of books, a lot of very famous books. Season on the Brink, perhaps the most famous. A Good Walk Spoiled, very good. I read The Majors. Might have been my first Feinstein book I read was The Majors. In Pursuit of Golf's Holy Grail. And it follows 1999? I read most of A Good Walk Spoiled. He's a great golf writer. And The Majors is just following, the 4 tournaments, and I want to say it's 99. Anyway, maybe 97, but great book. The Punch, I read that. I'm just going through, like Tales from Q School, I think I read a little bit of.
You had to recommend one of them. I'm doing my New Year's resolution was I'm going to read one book every month at least, and I'm on track. I'm reading Moneyball right now.
Okay,
love the movie, so I figured try the book.
Do you want me to recommend a Feinstein book or just a book?
I mean, it could be any.
Read American.
Or it could be the
I'll
Feinstein.
say what I tell every person that's ever heard me say this sentence: read American Kingpin.
American Kingpin.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
It's about actually back in the news recently. Russ Ulbricht and the Silk Road, the dark web, black market, blah blah. American Kingpin.
All right.
Most interesting, riveting book I've maybe ever read. Up there. It's a tough list to say like one of the best books you've ever read. That's one of my favorites. Anyway, yeah, American Kingpin. What else? We're watching the not the majors, the Masters. We're watching the
players.
And Scotty Scheffler hit one in the water, I think, a couple holes ago. He was playing from a hazard, a lateral, and hit his third shot from distance.
Oh, my goodness. Did you see what the Eagles just did?
No. Aiden Hill signed a contract extension.
Yeah, so sorry, I might have alert the Vegas GM on the drive into Buffalo that he didn't realize that he hadn't signed him yet. Josh Uche signs with the Eagles.
Yeah. 1 year?
1 year, $1.92 million. There are 4 void years attached to the contract.
4 void years.
On a 1 year, $1.92 million. They just threw 4 void years added to limit the cap space this year. That should be illegal. Trevor Sikkema tweeted out, 4 void years and a sub $2 million deal. We are getting so close to an NFL version of the Ilya Kovalchuk 17-year contract.
Pretty soon, the Eagles are going to find a way to get cap room by getting a player. They've signed Josh Uche and added so many void years that they opened up $30 million in space.
Good on Trevor. This is such a good reference. I remember the Kovalchuk contract. $6 million his first 2 years, $11.5 million 5 years, $8.5 million, then $3.5 million, and then there were 5 years attached at the end for $550,000 that were going to make the cap hit like non-existent,
right,
knowing he was going to be 50 years old and retired by then.
Right.
I think the league said you can't do that, though. They made a rule.
They had to change the rules.
Will they change the rules on the Eagles?
No.
Why not just do 10 void years? 12, 15. What stops them?
30.
30. Right? What do you care? Put 35 years on Josh Allen's contract. 35 void years. Would they be allowed to?
Probably not. There's probably some sort of limit. All right, that's it for us. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point show's on the way. Enjoy the wonderful weather. Enjoy the golf. I'm going to be so couch-bound Sunday, that final round. Let's go. Hit him straight if you're going. We're back on Monday.